Koski for November 20th, 2023. I ask that you all rise with me for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk Beck, would you please call roll?
Demore, present. Shields,
Here.
Wagner,
Here.
Walker, present. Murphy.
Present. We have a quorum. Next public hearing is the receipt of the comments concerning the city's proposed 2024 annual budget and property tax millage rates and appropriations as recommended for the 2024 fiscal year. City Manager, are there things in this budget that would be voted on or discussed that are not in this budget at this time? I'm asking.
No, this is the second reading in the public hearing.
So how does that, okay. I'm just wondering, is this other stuff coming back with the 1% and with the raise, if those will affect the budget approval?
Yeah, this is just the public hearing portion of it, then we'll go down and the last item would be the.
Okay. Wasn't sure if that should be included or not. Does anyone wish to address council at this time regarding this matter? If you do, two things. Number one, if you have a comment other than this city of budget discussion right now, please hold it for the next time on the agenda. Otherwise, you'll have a chance for public comment, which is 2 items down. Otherwise, if you do want to speak to council, when you come up here, push the button so it goes green. Give us your full name and full address. Is there anyone who would just address the council, ma'am?
So Kate Marshall, 1015 East Mitchell. I haven't gone through the budget, but I did have a question. And I'm wondering, has council directed the manager to include funding to hire a full-time city manager? From the public's point of view, city planner, sorry, not using. But just in all seriousness, looking at the office of the planner from the public's point of view, I think there's a perceived conflict because the person who's willingly filled in is a principal of Beckett and Rader. Beckett and Rader is the only company that really does any work for the city. It's not a good look. And the city deserves to have a full-time planner. So in your discussions, which I admit I'm behind on, I hope that that's part of your inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to address council at this time? Is there anyone online that wishes to address council at this time?
I did read a letter asked if I could read it. Each month.
Is it regards to the city
budget?
A budget?
Yep.
Okay, I would recommend that next time that you bring something to present, that if you're at all possible, if you can't do it at home, get it with the city clerk, so she can copy it up so that everybody sitting here can have a copy of it.
Sure.
I think that would be more than fair with council, other than just listening to it. Please go ahead with your presentation.
I'll read this letter from Keith Munson, 1034 Wakazu Avenue. In the proposed 2024 budget, $100,000 is allocated to the pavilion over the hockey rink. I have expressed previously my belief that this project is a waste of money unless refrigeration is also installed in the floor. I see in the Parks and Recreation budget, a lot of money is being put into landscaping of some of the parks. The city seems overly concerned with how skateways and corridors appear to visitors. Meanwhile, a resource like the Winter Sports Park is struggling to even function. When I ask why we can't have a decent skating rink or a functioning rope tow, I'm told there are not enough funds. I would ask that the $100,000 for the pavilion be redirected from the funds of the Winter Sports Park to be combined with the ARPA money already designated for real improvements at the Winter Sports Park.
Thank you. Does anyone else have anything that they wish to add to public comment from this to the city council at this time? There being none, so for the 2024 annual budget property tax millage, I call this public hearing closed. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda. That's the approval of a resolution that would confirm approval of the following. The November 6, 2023 regular session city council meeting minutes, as well as acknowledge the receipt of certain transactions that have occurred administratively since November 6, 2023. And I take it to city council for possible discussion, questions, or if not, a motion to approve. Council. Mr. Moore.
So moved.
I have a motion for Mr. Moore and a second from Mr. Wagner. Any other questions or comments, council? There being none, I go to city clerk Beth for roll.
Demore.
Aye.
Wagner.
Yes.
Shields.
Yes.
Walker.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes. Passes 5-0. Next is public hearing. This is your opportunity, step to the mic, full name, full address, and address any comments that you have regarding something that is not on the agenda, unless you have to leave, in which case I'm asking you to let me know that that's the situation. Is there anybody that wishes to speak to council at this time? Ma'am, please come forward.
My name is Kathy Bickford. I live at 319 Grove Street here in Petoskey. I did speak with Mayor Murphy earlier today. He called me. I accidentally dialed his number this morning when I was dialing someone else. His name was on the paper. I'd like to give this to you, Mayor Murphy, for
Yes.
the
Sure.
city council. There knows that I could write and sign.
Okay.
I've been in front of the council before about the Airbnb next door. And when I read an email from Carolyn, it said that you were considering allowing people to rent a room in their house, which I think is preposterous and it's unsafe. I have an Airbnb next door to me that's been nothing but sheer hell since I bought my home. And I do mean that. I have
We,
enjoyed very little of my time.
Ms. Bickford,
Now,
Bickford,
yes,
first off, you're assuming that city council is enacting something such as what you're talking about. And that is not the case at all.
Okay.
But regardless of that, it may be for discussion at a later time. Is there something else you wish?
yes, I do not feel safe within my home. Within the last 3 weeks, I was cleaning my front porch and a gentleman from the Airbnb came onto my property and had his dog do his business. I stepped outside the door and asked him to please remove his animal. You can use the median out there. He referred to me as a effing CUNT. And he went to the house next door. I believe that the license should be revoked and it should not be given again. If I can't feel safe in my own home and I keep my home in good repair and I don't bother anyone, nor does my family, then what is the point? I pay my taxes and they're not cheap. I do everything to maintain my home, but I've had nothing but people trespass, do the most horrible things to me. And I'm asking that the council do something to stop it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to council at this time? Please come forward.
Hi, Sue McLean, 114 Division Street. I am here in support of the restoration of the rope tow at Winter Sports Park. The minutes reflected last time, or actually from June, for snowmaking equipment and related infrastructure. I wanted to mention that I think Winter Sports Park is a unique community asset. as a longstanding tradition for Petoskey and a winter attraction. It promotes healthy outdoor activity and fitness. The Winter Sports Park ski, skate, sled opportunity is open for all residents and visitors. And honestly, it builds community and joy. I'm aware that ARPA dollars have been allocated to this worthy project, and I am in support. That is all.
Thank you. Anyone else, council, wish to speak to council at this time? Is there anybody online that wishes to speak? Please. Julie.
Hold on.
Julie, you have the floor. Please give us your full name, full address.
Sure, Julie Hagenbook and my husband,
Craig Hagenbook.
and we have an Airbnb property and vacation home at 295 Jackson Street in Ward 3. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
I'm sorry. We wanted to just talk about the issue of the transfer of the Airbnb that's part of the STR review. I guess we just wanted to make sure that, well, we wanted to clarify the language. I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, we're just concerned that when we purchased the home that came with the grandfathered Airbnb, that license obviously transferred. It was grandfathered and transferred through a transfer of ownership as well. And we're just concerned that the language in the new copy here shows that upon transfer of the property that the license
Goes away.
goes away and does not transfer. Am I interpreting that? Am I interpreting that correctly, or did something change from the original
That's right.
rule to what it is now?
Transfer, okay.
Does not transfer.
But yeah, it's not transferred.
It does not transfer, correct.
And that was one of our concerns because there's an intrinsic value that comes with having the Airbnb license. And I feel like taking that away from a grandfathered property really almost handcuffs us in a way if we ever go to sell the property or if we want to even transfer to our own children, they wouldn't be able to continue the Airbnb.
This is correct.
So I just wanted to be on the record opposed to that and ask for a reconsideration of that.
Okay,
I just wanted to go on record on it.
that's all right. We have it in record. I'm sure it'll be in the minutes at the next city council minutes for approval.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Greg and Julie. Anyone else wish to speak to council at this point? There being none, public comments are closed. We're now going to move to city manager updates, which are, I understand, are brief and short, so.
Yeah, thank you. I know we have a long agenda, so I want to keep the meeting moving. So just a reminder to our residents, our public works crew, give them some kudos. They've been doing a great job doing leaf pickup over the last 3 weeks or so. We will be doing one final sweep of the city. That's hopefully all 4 wards tomorrow. That's November 21st. So hopefully if you haven't gotten your leaves out today, get up early and get them out there. If we don't get all the way around the city, obviously we'll do it. We'll continue it on Wednesday, but tomorrow is the last final pickup around the city. So again, kudos to Public Works. They've been working diligently to get that accomplished. A couple meetings last week, we had our planning commission, our regular meeting of the planning commission. They did have a public hearing approving a rezoning request for a vacant parcel on Petoskey Street. That rezoning will go from R3 to an RM2. The developer spoke about a potential, this would be new construction on a vacant piece of property, either a duplex or triplex in that area that has an existing apartment facility behind it as well that he also owns. that was approved, that rezoning was approved. Tomorrow, Downtown Management Board does meet for their regular time at 6 p.m. here in this building at this location. They will be discussing the holiday parade date going forward into 24, as well as a number of monthly committee reports. So a couple of things to highlight. One coming up this weekend is our Light Up the Night Holiday Parade downtown. Again, this weekend starting at 6 p.m. with a parade. And then following that, on December 1st, our annual holiday open house. Again, starting at 6 o'clock, with many different activities that will be happening downtown on the 1st of December. So we're excited to celebrate the season and get that tree lit up downtown in Pennsylvania Park, and enjoy the season. And just as another reminder, with the coming season, also we have seasonal parking restrictions that I want to remind residents about, starting December 1st through the winter. That goes through April 1st from a restriction standpoint. So as we all know, and as many of us are accustomed to, between the hours of 2 and 6 p.m. or 6 a.m., vehicles must be parked on the odd numbered address side of the street on odd numbered dates, and vice versa. If you're an even numbered property, you need to be on that side of the street on an even numbered date. So those restrictions again will start December 1st to help us facilitate the cleaning of our residential streets.
Just a reminder that the date that is considered on this is after midnight.
Correct.
So the day that you're looking at getting off the street is the day after midnight. Don't look at Tuesday the 5th. Go to bed on Tuesday the 5th and find you have a ticket, because it will be judged according to after midnight is the day that date would be, which side of the street.
Thank you.
I know I get calls about
Yep.
that, and you do too,
Yes.
so save calls. Council, have any questions for city manager? There being none, we're gonna move on to appointments. This consideration of the appointments to the TIF board as well as the zoning board of appeals. I gotta open it up to it. Somewhere. First one to the TIF board, I bring to you Diana Harold. She was on it for the last 4 years and has acknowledged that she was interested in putting an application in to return. She lives in up on Beach Street, worked for the court systems for many years, and is retired. I asked that you would consider her. Council, would you support my nomination for this?
So moved.
Mr. Shields? Do I have a second? Mr. Wagner, I have a motion from Mr. Shields, second from Mr. Wagner. Any other discussion? I turn it to City Clerk Beck for roll.
Shields,
Yes.
Wagner.
Yes.
Demore.
Aye.
Walker.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. She's not present. Next, I would ask that I bring up Jessica Shaw. She has served on, I believe, the school board. She's been very active in the community. This is for the Board of Appeals. She has participated in that board, and I bring her to you, her name again for bringing it up for continuation. Miss.
I'll be happy to make a motion to approve Jessica Chanel for that position.
Support.
I have a motion from Miss Walker and a second from Miss Demore. Any other discussion, council? I go to City Clerk Beck for roll.
Walker.
Yes.
Demore.
Aye.
Shields.
Yes.
Wagner.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes. Reason we're rolling right through this, or I'm pushing right through this, is because we have an agenda that is 2 pages. And we usually don't get the flip over, and since we want to go home tonight. Somebody said there's football tonight. Next is old business, the adoption of a proposed resolution that would confirm acceptance and of recommended special assessment role that will spread the cost of programs and services as requested by this downtown management board. And that was scheduled on December 4, public hearing to receive comments concerning these proposed special assessments. Council, do I have a support, or do you have questions or support to put it to public hearing on December 4th? Mr. Moore?
Yeah, I just have a practical question here under procedure.
Yes.
It says that the roll will be placed on file at City Hall for inspection. Is there like a more 21st century way to see the roll, or is that really the way it happens?
Miss Beck, could you help me?
So it is always available here at City Hall, and then I can put it on the website too, which it's been in part of the packet, but I can make it right on the front page if people want it, so.
Thank you.
Are you requesting it?
Well, what are person's thoughts? I mean, seems to me it should be available easily online for people to be able to find it.
Sure.
I'm requesting it. We're requesting.
Okay. Miss Beck will handle that, I am sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Beck. Thank you, Ms. Demore. Do I have a possible motion? Mr. Wagner. A motion for Mr. Wagner,
Support.
second from Ms. Demore. Any public comments at this time to put it to public hearing for December 4th? There being none, I go to Ms. Beck for roll.
Wagner.
Yes.
Demore.
Aye.
Shields.
Yes.
Walker.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes. Motion passes 5-0. Now we have the time to spend a little bit. This is the first reading of a proposed ordinance amendment to Appendix A of the zoning ordinance in regards to short-term rentals. And what I'm going to do is turn it over to City Manager Horn. Council, I guess, what is your preference on this? Do you wish to, as we did the last meeting, go line by line? Step by step?
No.
No, I do have some changes from two council persons regarding this.
That's a good question.
The question, Ms.
Is,
Yes.
there's Miss Stowers. That was gonna be my question. She had mentioned.
Here's one thing we could do.
I had my hand up.
Yes,
I did. So I was hoping for a little clarification first on what document we're actually operating from. Because when I sat down here, I had 5 different copies and they're all dated with different dates. So I'm hoping that the most recent document that was put before me this evening on this table has a date on it on the bottom, because the one I assume is the most recent did not have a date on the bottom of it.
that would be the stapled one. Are we talking? about?
Oh, all of these are stapled.
Okay.
What's in the packet is the clean version that was in the packet. I gave you both the red line version and the clean version. Without the markups that we went through on our work session on October 23rd.
Okay,
We took that discussion back from a staff standpoint, from our contractual planner, Rhonda, our city attorney, all put our thoughts together, and that's what the red line version is.
Okay.
And then the clean version goes with that. After our work session, I passed on comments that council member Shields provided. And then today passed on comments that were provided by council member Demore. So
just for hyper clarity and for the public's sake as well, the most recent document that we're operating with and what people would have accessed online on the website is the one that we have in our packet here. And that document does not have a bottom. So I'm requesting that any edits have a date on the bottom, so we know exactly what we're working with.
So taken. I agree with you. We'll make it much easier for everybody.
Thank you.
So we have a clean copy that is not redlined, is that correct?
it was in your
It was
packet.
in the packet.
Okay,
And this is the one that we're gonna work off of.
thank you.
Did you also set the same thing on our table here? No.
No.
Okay. So. Why don't we do this? Mr. Moore, I know you have questions, but rather than miss comments and questions, what I'm going to do is because this is a draft to get this right. What I'd like to do is start with and read off a section, we discuss it, and move it on forward. And if Ms. Sowers wishes to weigh in or we need to weigh in, then we have it available along with our city manager.
The first item on the agenda is the zoning ordinance. I don't know if you want to
No.
look at that first or look at that
We
second.
should just look at what the agenda says. Yeah, I agree.
Okay,
Thanks, Shane.
In my opinion, we should look at the licensing part first, because some of the decisions we make about licensing will apply to the zoning.
You need to amend the agenda then.
Yeah,
like-
we would need to amend the agenda because we need to
I
follow.
ask a motion to possibly swap old business C with old business A on the agenda. Do I have a motion for that?
Well, I'm happy to move to do that because I think it facilitates the discussion. The zoning part is much shorter and much of it is drawn from the content that we'll be discussing in the licensing portion.
My correction, it would be C to B. Are you, do I have a motion for moving from C and B, changing places? Mr. Shields,
Yeah, I second that motion.
you'd be a first.
No, I made the
Oh,
motion.
okay. We have a motion from Mr. Moore and we have a second from Mr. Shields to move the agenda alignment and swap old business C for old business B in their place. Ms. Beck, would you do roll?
Moore,
Aye.
Shields,
Yes.
Wagner,
Yes.
Walker. Yes. Murphy.
Yes, motion passes. Now we'll go to Mr. Moore.
So I know that Mr. Shields has proposed some sections that aren't in this draft. So I'm wondering if there would be a benefit to discussing those first, because if there's consensus they should go in, then we can incorporate them. And if there's consensus that they shouldn't, then we could just move forward with what we already have before us. I don't know what others think.
I agree.
Well, I'm gonna ask those, since you wrote it, I'm gonna ask the people that are in the discussion first. Mr. Wagner? I'm okay with that. Ms. Walker?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, then I support it as well. So what we will do is we'll have Mr. Shields. And you will all get a chance to weigh in on it. The time is not wasted here.
So can we just be hyper clear about what page we're on and what the
Yes.
title of the head title is?
Mhm.
Can I say something? Is it possible to have it up on the monitor? I did not bring my laptop and I did not print 121 pages out.
Okay. I'm gonna speak generally, Mayor.
What?
I'm gonna speak generally about it before we get into it, so.
Mr. General,
Well, I look at it, Mr. Shields, as basically what you are saying is home sharing, and if the word home sharing or the discussion goes south, then there are areas that would not be picked up and changed other than during a general discussion of a if or then type of stuff. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Could you go and discuss with us? I feel it's important to let everybody have their opportunity. Would you please discuss home sharing with us on how you would feel to put it in and place that at 70 on page 2?
All right. Thanks, Mayor. So I want to back up a little bit and just talk about process of this ordinance and the city council is the body for developing policy and short-term rental being the policy that we're talking about. In this instance, that started with the planning commission and they developed something for council to react to. And that's what we are doing, reacting to it. We had a first work session where we were looking in and discussing it. And in that work session, we did not get to the point where the work session was cut short before I could bring up the home sharing idea. And so I subsequently provided Manager Horn the concept, the idea for discussion. That, because this is what that first reading is discussion. The home sharing concept and idea, which I'll get to, is a significant change, and thus I think, if I understand the process right, if council decides, yeah, we want to include this, we'll go back to a first reading, and there'll be plenty of opportunities for the public to weigh in and make comments to it. So stating that, and then stating that this idea grew out of hearing from a wide breadth of the constituents and recognizing that there are people who thinks that the ordinance, our short-term rental rules are too restrictive. So reading the desires of the ordinance to strike a balance, as one of the terms says, between economic needs of our community members and the value of preventing the loss of housing units, specifically long-term housing units. That is the desire of this ordinance, and I totally concur with that. But I in my role as council member, want to think creatively, how striking a balance. Is there a way to strike a balance? Is there a way, the opportunity for local residents to potentially build some wealth with their home asset? And I came across the home sharing idea from our communities. And basically the home sharing idea is, as I described it in my edits to the ordinance, would be someone's primary residence. So someone who lives here 9 months or more out of the year. So we're talking about our local residents here who want to share their space. So a room or a place in their a floor within their house that they also live in. And I know that for many of us that sounds uncomfortable, and they would not want to do that. But this is an opportunity that some people desire to pursue. I know when I go look at Airbnb and visit a community, I see the rooms that are available. I don't choose those, but some people do. So in my thinking through it, this would be a way for community members who are okay with sharing a space, a bedroom, in their house, to generate some income through a Airbnb or a other website, and also for the city to be able to regulate that. The city to be able to regulate the nuisance potential, and Ms. Bickford's concerns are we should hear those, and I think we are acting on those by having an ordinance that addresses violations and disruptions to our community through nuance, so that then we can react and people's licenses can be revoked because of breaking those those disturbance to the peace. So I feel like the home sharing ordinance falls within that, and if it's someone's primary residence, and it's not a self-contained unit, so self-contained units would be basically a duplex or apartment above a garage. Those are self-contained for someone to live in. Those are housing units. The home sharing ordinance or home sharing addition would not impact those. So as I'm seeing it, and this is open for discussion, it would not impact the number of housing units. It would not go against the value of this ordinance and maintaining a great supply of housing units in our community. So I shared that. I wanted to have that discussion, thought it was valuable to at least, hey, I came across this idea to bring it up and share about the idea of home sharing. I am definitely not wed to the idea, but I thought it was important to raise.
Councilor, do you have any comments that you wish to share at this point? Mr. Wagner.
Thanks. Eric, I appreciate all the research and bringing that to us. We received a comment from city planner and our attorney, and maybe she can comment too. Couple things. One side of it makes me think we got this information late, and we could agree to table it for further discussion. The other piece is there's awful lot of complexity to it, I don't want it holding up the other piece of the ordinance. So. So I'm favoring taking it out and moving on without it, but. Not saying let's not consider some of it for the future, because it does take into consideration people who live here and maybe already does if they're renting for more than 30 days.
Okay, I guess I get it to speak too. I'm totally against this idea. I believe it goes totally against our short-term rental process that we have, where we've identified 20 homes that are available in the community. This is nothing short than ruining the opportunity for us to regulate short-term rentals. I don't think it's the same thing as allowing people to do Airbnb throughout the whole city is what this would open the door up to. And I don't think it's appropriate. We have limitations on short-term rentals of 30 days, which I think is fair. And I think we should, I'm hold to that and move forward with this project. And you can bring this back. I will not be supporting this if you bring it back, because this is undermining our short-term rental ordinance and opportunity that the community has and has supported to this point. Mr. Moore.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but as I read this, it's an unlimited expansion of less than 30-day short-term rentals under the name of home sharing.
Correct. So that is, yep, correct.
And Ms. Stowers is here, so I'm just gonna reference some concerns that she expressed, and she can speak for herself. But she says it may also have unintended consequences. By way of example, a parent requesting adult child living with them to pay rent would have to seek a license. Similarly, a caregiver for an adult parent or a live-in significant other who is not on the title becomes problematic. So those are just some examples. And I would also say that our planner, Mr. Iko Angeli, said that Airbnbs originated from home sharing, which subsequently germinated the STR industry. So for all of those reasons, and because I think we are on a course to limit as opposed to expand short-term rentals in the city of Petoskey, I respectfully would not support moving forward with this.
Thank you.
Miss Wagner. Ms. Walker, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. So Derek, I appreciate you bringing up the context of the conversation because I wondered about it. The big difference between short-term rentals and home shares is it's not a person's business. They live in that property. So that's the only distinguishing difference between a short-term rental for a business and renting a room under 3 months, I'm assuming. But my other question was, are these kind of things also advertised under the auspice of an Airbnb? Is that something like you would like put that out on an Airbnb website as this is a home share, which would be different than what we're discussing as a short-term rental? Is that how these things work? Or is this kind of like word of mouth, like I open on my own social media, like my home 2 months a year in this room in my house?
I think that's a good distinction. So now I'm talking about on Airbnb Verbo, so that, you know, this, it might have to be tweaked in language, but to what Ms. Stowers said about the kids who you have to license to do that. No, I think that unless they're doing it through Airbnb, that they would not have to get a license to rent it out to their own family members to that particular point.
Okay, thank you for answering that question. Then I do have one final comment. If that was the case, I think that we should keep this idea of home shares outside of the ordinance, because that's something, unless you're advertising something on a website, like an Airbnb type situation, then that would need to be regulated within this system. But if you just are renting out a room in your home, I don't think that needs to be regulated under this process.
But if it is, but if it is through Airbnb, then then it would fit within this?
No, I don't think it belongs here, and I would not agree to move forward with that because I think it remains outside of this unless somebody goes to advertise, in which case they're not allowed to do that according to our short-term rental ordinance licensing and regulatory framework, which we may or may not approve tonight.
Correct. Yeah, so this, the short-term rental enforcement and monitoring is through the websites. And that's why I bring it up as a way to enable this opportunity for local residents and still maintain the ability to enforce and fall under the like I said, fall under all the restrictions that this ordinance puts on there.
Mr. Moore.
Another aspect of this that we haven't talked about, and this is kind of why your proposal surprised me, knowing you a little bit. I know you're concerned for workforce housing. And I feel like this would bring in more short-term renters who need local workforce services while gutting potential housing opportunities for that same workforce. Because if indeed these rooms exist and like I have an extra bedroom, I mean, shouldn't my first order priority be renting that room for a year to a year-round workforce employee, as opposed to bringing in more short-term folks who need the services of workforce people we cannot find places to house?
Yeah, I appreciate that question because that clarifies what I'm talking about, because I'm not talking about that. I really don't think that what I'm proposing it would take away from that. And I think Rhonda said this in the correspondence you're reading that or maybe it was our city planner said that it wouldn't impact the long-term housing because we're talking about people who are living in their house and are unlikely, they're not trying to rent, they're not trying to bring in workforce housing. They wouldn't do that. Their bedroom is not in the column of here is open to workforce housing. This is a bedroom that is they're living in there, but they say I'm struggling to pay rent. There's an opportunity for me to rent out my bedroom. Maybe it's uncomfortable, but I'm gonna make that choice. It's gonna help me live here in Petoskey. That's the focus I'm focused on.
I have a neighbor right now that is renting to two nurses. He lives in his home, that is renting out 2 different bedrooms to 2 nurses on a long-term basis, a 6 months to a year basis. So that does occur here in the community to rent it out to workforce housing. And I think it should be restricted to long-term rentals. Just there's a reason why we are different than Boyne City and Harbor Springs with 70, 80 short-term rentals or no control at all. We have decided to put a control of it with 20 in the residential area. And I think this would undermine what we are trying to do right now.
And just for clarification too, when we talk about long-term rentals, we're talking about 6 months and up, and short-term rentals are 3 months and under. Is that correct? Just so we're clear.
30 days.
30 days, short-term rentals. Okay.
It's less than 30 days in this proposal.
Okay. And so then when you're talking about anything that's a long-term rental, it would be 30 days and more.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I don't know that we've defined what a long-term rental is.
Well, I think it's by.
If we're identified short term,
That-
then whatever the
definition.
rest that's left would be long term. But we can put that definition in if you feel more comfortable that we could have long term, which says over 30 days, if that's.
I don't think we need a definition of long-term in a short-term rental ordinance.
Okay.
That's my perspective.
Okay,
Mayor, I feel like you've received the feedback on this. I appreciate council for entertaining the discussion, which again, that was my purpose. I thought it was important to have this discussion. I welcome feedback from the community and that would be
we're not going to take comments from the community right now on this through this process.
Sure.
We will go through and finish this and then we can come back and they can comment on your ideas. Thank you for bringing very, very creative ideas to council. I think it's fine. I think it's great that we have a wide range of scope from 1 to 160 as far as ideas coming because none of us have all the answers. So thank you for bringing that forward. Next we will move through. We'll move through it. I want to make sure I have the right copy.
Yeah, page 63.
Pull up the color. 63 being the one that is marked up, or 63 the one that does not have any marks on it.
63 is marked up, 55 is incorporating the markups.
So I'm gonna ask that we go to 55.
No, wait a minute. So the document that I was told that we are operating under. And we decided to bypass B and C and make that B, so now. This document that I have right here is page 63, and this is the ordinance to create a licensing and regulatory framework for short-term rentals in the city of Petoskey.
So Lindsay, these are both the same, starting at 63 shows everything that's been changed. And starting at 55 is where they're all incorporated. Those changes that are on 63 and follows are incorporated in that document at 55.
They took all our comments from the last meeting and took and marked them up on which is the 63.
Yeah.
Start page, marked them all up. So then they sent us to that to show us that what they had marked up. And then they went and recreated it and put it back together so it's a readable piece without the red marks. And that's what's 55. Do you want to go through 63? Or
No, I just want clarity so that everybody is on the same page, so nobody's confused, including myself.
I agree with you because I wasn't sure where we were at either. 55 is where we are at.
Can I ask a clarifying question, actually? I've been following several iterations of this, and it kind of seems like maybe an older version was what was edited, because if you're reading through chronologically from start to finish, there are things that are in the red notes that have not made it into the one that starts with 55. And there are also things that were in June versions that appear to be in the final ordinance, but they weren't in the last few meetings.
City manager.
This is the document we worked through at the work session. So that was the version we worked off of.
63.
Yes. So you had this same version at the work session on October 23rd. These red lines, these additions are your comments and feedback. We tried to capture all that. And then the clean version, again, is from the October 23rd work session.
I can offer 4 examples, it's helpful.
We're in discussion up here. We got to.
So 55 was the summation putting together 63.
Yes.
And who did that?
So staff, Sarah and myself and John and Rhonda.
Were there changes that were put into there that were not in 63?
No, there should not be, yes.
City attorney?
I am not aware of any changes. I had an incorporated version that I worked through, and then I understand that they incorporated all of the prior changes, or at least what I would think would be the majority of the prior changes. And that's what we have. That's a clean version at 55.
Yeah.
Okay, Mayor, so let's just start with 55.
Let's start with 55.
Sounds good, thank you.
So you can put your Xed out red stuff if you want to look at that. I'm going to put it aside. And we will run through it briefly. 55. Okay. Is there anything between under moving? I see. Does anybody have anything with section 1? Intent and purpose. Does anybody have any comments on application 15B2?
I have.
You'll get a chance. You will get a chance. You'll get a chance. Really, we will. You all get a chance. Everybody gets a chance. Section 15.3 definitions. Is there anything there? I see there's a comment by Mr. Moore. Yes.
Under local agent, when we last talked.
Is there anybody that has anything under anything else other than like accessory dwelling or anything?
Oh, okay.
Okay. Hold on.
Okay, under local agent, it's gonna get a little hard here line wise, but it's about line 78. And it
Yes.
says, or must have arranged for another person to address issues within the same time frame. This is something we discussed last time, and it's my recollection that we agreed on the record to omit this. And I remember Mr. Ico Angeli termed this acceptable in his notes. And my previous note was just perhaps this third degree of separation from the owner is ill-advised, as it allows another layer of argument as to why somebody didn't respond. In other words, we've already got the licensee and we've already got the local agent. And I thought that we had agreed to omit that.
I agree.
Is that-
Did you have that?
That's in rentals and Airbnbs, it's really common that you have a person that answers any problem that's happening within the unit, and it might not be the licensee.
So we've got a licensee and a local agent. This is a third one.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, yeah. This is where that, so if the licensee has a local agent, then it's saying that the local agent can arrange for another person. And that's what I was suggesting that we should omit.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Should I keep going?
Wait, I want to make sure that we get it down.
Our challenge is I need to make sure that there's consensus to do these changes.
I will.
Okay.
I'll get consensus. Do you all agree on that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you read the section, Mayor, please?
You,
We're on 78.
Local agent.
you want me to read it?
Please.
Okay, local agent, an individual designated by the licensee of a dwelling unit to oversee the short-term rental of a dwelling unit in accordance with this chapter and to respond to calls from renters, concerned citizens, law enforcement, and representatives of the city. The local agent must be available to accept telephone calls on a 24-hour basis at all times that the dwelling unit is rented and occupied. The local agent must have a key to the dwelling unit and be able to respond to the short-term rental within 60 minutes to address issues. That's the portion following that I'm omitting. The local agent shall be authorized.
Period there.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
The local agent shall be authorized by all owners to accept service of process upon all owners jointly and severally for civil infractions.
So you're wishing, so city manager and city clerk, from the word to address issues, period.
Mhm.
The rest of that line across is taken out. Moving on, please. Mr. Moore.
Okay, the next note I made was on the definition of occupant. And I certainly, Ms. Stowers has
Number.
seen this. It's on the same page, under 90 for me.
Thank
It's
you.
just alphabetical under definitions. So the definition that was there's nothing wrong with it, but it doesn't have anything to do with short-term rentals. So I was just suggesting that we change it to a definition that pertains to what this policy is all about. I defer to her expertise.
Ms. Sowers.
Yes, I'm all right with changing the definition. I understand why could be more precise given what we're looking at. I'm not sure that I'm comfortable with what's been proposed, just because I see some, for lack of a technical term, wiggle room with regard to whether someone's legally residing and whether they say it's their residence or not, could cause some problems. We may just want to indicate any individual staying overnight in a short-term rental or their guest or something like that, something that, and obviously other than the tenant, but language that's a little more strict in terms of its legality, I guess.
Ms. Beck, did you get that definition from her?
Yes.
Are you good with that, council?
Yes.
I'm good with whatever Ms. Stour comes up with.
Okay. Definition change and part. Anyone else have anything else on definitions?
I have one more.
Please.
Under tenant, once again, I just made some suggestions because it's talking about a landlord instead of a licensee, which is what we have here. And it's talking about a rental instead of a short-term rental. So again, I defer to Ms. Stowers, but I would suggest that that definition should be made specific to this content.
Ms. Sowers,
I like the change from landlord to licensee.
okay. Okay,
I'm still debating about the natural person as opposed to party, because ordinarily when you have a tenant, it's because they have an agreement of some sort that allows them to stay there. So maybe an individual with possession of a short-term rental pursuant to lease or agreement.
Yeah, I only use natural person because that's used there as a definition of a human being. And so
we have to assume we're talking of human beings here, I would think. I don't see any leases going to cats, dogs, or other mammals, so I think we could.
I defer to Ms. Stowers.
Ms. Sowers,
I don't know that it's necessary to say natural person. I think we can just say individual.
thank you. Council, are you good with that?
Yes.
Ms. Beck, are you good with that? You want anything feedback more from Ms. Sauer?
No.
Okay. By all means, just let me know, Sarah, if we need to stop
Mayor,
and
did
go.
we just strike out tenant then at 105?
No.
No. Ms. Sauer,
Yeah, I would keep that second sentence that for purposes of this ordinance, a tenant is also counted as an occupant when determining maximum occupancy. I would keep that.
Yeah, tenant's still in there. It was just like changing landlord to licensee because that's what we call them in this. And then she was gonna
Okay.
do a better job of drafting that.
next, let's move to section 15(4) licensing. I see changes were offered of, or their primary resident for, no, that house sharing, that's not in there. Does there anybody have anything to add to section licensing 15(4)?
I just had one.
So, please,
I'm just looking at throughout here as an example in E5 and 6. For example, let's look at 5, an acknowledgement that the licensee and tenants are subject to the city code. Now that we've got tenants and occupants, I think that in 5 and 6, we should be adding occupants there as well. But again, I defer to, we've now got 2 categories that we didn't have before, so.
Ms. Sowers,
I don't know what she's talking about.
Line 173, 174. Okay. It's the same lines.
Yeah, we're down in subsection E where we've got the numbered paragraphs 1 through 9. I'm comfortable with tenants and occupants. I mean, obviously the idea is that any individual at the short-term rental who is an issue because of their ordinance violations, they're intended to be covered by the ordinances, and the licensee is ultimately responsible for those violations.
Council, you good with that?
Yes.
Questions, Ms. Walker?
So there was no questions about page 57 at all after the tenant section?
57.
So nothing there.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So then you went to the next page and then.
We're with the licensing.
Section E, number 9.
We went to E number
E number 5
5 and
and
6. E5 and 6.
And the version that we had before this, we didn't have occupants in it. That actually was the day I think you weren't here. So we added occupants in a definition. So this is just adding into 5 and 6 that, you know, occupants are also subject to the Petoskey Code of Ordinances.
Good with that? Okay. Moving along. you're good, I take it with the rest of 15-4, which goes all the way through till to 235 on the list. Does anybody have anything between where we were just at on 176 and 235?
On, oh, wait a minute,
Mr. Moore,
wait a minute. I have to-
please.
So lines 169 through 174. We talk about tenants and occupants. And I'm hearing that it's a consensus to include tenants and occupants. Is that what you?
Yep.
Guys.
Licensee, tenants and occupants.
Licensee, tenants
we're-
and occupants. Is that correct, Ms. Sauer?
Yes, that's my understanding.
You're good with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Council, you're good with that?
Yes.
Okay. There we go. Thank you, Sarah. I'm glad you asked for clarifications because it's important. Thank you. Is there anything else under 15-4?
So just for clarification, we're using occupants and tenants interchangeably, like the one and the same. We just need to make sure that they're covered throughout when we're talking in the document.
Yes. And licensee.
They're not in it.
Yes. Okay, licensee being landlord, tenants and occupants being the same thing, but really in short-term rentals, you don't talk about tenants, you talk about occupants. That's like the language of short-term rental land. So I don't know why we're using tenants, because tenants are somebody that like lives there that has well, they do have a binding contract.
They do have a contract.
The licensee has a contract as the overseer of his occupants of their short-term rental. So I don't think you should use the word tenants at all, because it's not like a landlord renter relationship.
Ms. Sauer, would you address that for me?
Well, it was my understanding from the work session that the idea was we are differentiating between those who have contracted for the short-term rental and guests that they may have, like if they have a party or if they have a get-together and they have people who are not part of the rental and not part of that agreement, but they're still on the premises. It was my understanding that was the differentiation that we were trying to do between tenants who are actually the legally obligated parties under the short-term rental agreement and occupants who who are maybe not staying overnight or only staying one day out of 3 or something of that nature.
Mhm.
Thanks.
Okay. Moving on.
Yeah.
Mr. Moore,
Under section 7,
page
59, thank you, Lindsay. This is really just kind of a clarification or an edit. It says the licensee shall be deemed to have irrevocably elected not to renew his or her license for an STR license. And I'm saying you can just eliminate license for A and it's much clearer. Elected to not renew his or her STR license. That's what I'm suggesting.
Ms. Sauer.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think initially the idea was that not all of the current licenses may not be strictly called STR licenses. And they wanted to make sure that we incorporate the ones that are being grandfathered. But given the date that we're talking about, I think we're fine just making it STR license.
You good with that, council?
Yes.
Yes.
Nice question.
Questions, Ms. Walker?
So what are you striking out?
3 words, license for A.
Line 198.
Okay,
Can I ask a question?
please.
Ms. Stowers, I noticed that throughout this document, we're using both STR and short-term rentals, and your definition has STR. So should that be the consistent reference after the definition, or what are your thoughts?
I know we've gone back and forth. I noticed that as well, that sometimes STR was used, sometimes short-term rental was used. I don't know that I have a preference. I don't know that it has to be one way or the other every time. For purposes of clarity, sometimes it helps to repeat just so that people don't forget what we're talking about, but we all know what we're talking about. I really don't have a concern about it. It's kind of, it doesn't change it legally, whichever way you go. So however the council would prefer to do it is fine with me.
I think periodically it's good to put in the word short-term rental, just as a code reminder to people that STR does stand for short-term rental. So as she says, interchangeable, let's move on to something with more meat. Council, are you okay with? We'll leave it.
Yes.
I'm okay.
Yep.
Moving right along, next. Does anybody have anything else on section 15.4? Licensing.
Just a second.
Goes through 233.
I believe there's a note at 213.
213. Okay,
As it relates to the grandfathered residential, whether or not those properties are intended to count towards the cap if there's a license cap. My recollection is we thought that they would not count, but I leave it to council. It could go either way.
I believe they do not count. Is that correct, council?
That's how I understood it.
That was my understanding too. Ms. Walker?
And is this what the people that spoke earlier in the evening were referring to? Julie and Craig?
No, this was entirely different. This was something entirely different.
Well, what do we?
This is about. Can we just read this section out loud?
The entire properties situated in any residential district. You want that whole thing read?
I'll read it.
Go for it.
Properties situated in any residential district as defined by this chapter are not eligible to receive.
microphone.
I need a microphone? Are not eligible to receive short-term STR licenses. However, those properties that were properly licensed and operating as a short-term rental prior to the effective date of this ordinance are permitted to continue operating as a short-term rental despite being in a residential district, provided those properties comply with the requirements of this ordinance. The properties grandfathered prior to the effective date of this ordinance are listed in Appendix A. Upon transfer, licensure lapse, or revocation of any licensed grandfathered property, the property is no longer a grandfathered property and no longer available for short-term rental licensing. These properties do not count toward the cap on licenses, if any, that is set by council. So this seems to be what those folks were asking about, that if they do sell the property, then they have to reapply for a license if the new owners so choose, and if licenses are available, they would have to go through the application process like everybody else.
No, because it's residential. So that would be, that license would expire, would not be able to be renewed under this.
Okay.
Because it's residential. But I don't really understand what this do or do not count towards.
She wants to say, do you want to say do? Or do you want to put the word do not in there? She's given.
I know that.
Sure, which one you want.
No, I know
Do or do
that,
not.
but let's just apply it to the reality of the situation. So I don't know how many residential ones we have right now, but
13.
13, thank you. So we have 13. So it's gonna come back to us to say how many total do we want, right?
I don't know why that line of sentence is even there.
That's what I'm not
I
sure.
have
either.
an issue with why it's even there. Cross it out and it does not affect, being gone does not affect this process.
Right. I agree with that.
Leaving it there does nothing but adds.
So there's, yeah.
Mr. Wagner.
But my understanding is at one point we were talking about planning commission suggested a cap of 40 with 13 of the grandfather plus some commercial. My understanding is if there's only going to be 13 in a residential community anyways, we might want to redefine the 40. Or we keep them grouped together. That's
So I'm wondering if we take it out here, if that isn't something we talk about and decide when we
Yeah.
decide what the total's gonna be, if that should include these or not include.
I'm good with taking off the sentence.
Because this is the licensing and regulatory framework, so there would be an opportunity to change what that means or more definition in the other process.
Yeah, they're coming back to us.
We have 19 grandfathered in. I have
Thank
the
you.
list right here. So what is your question?
I think everybody agrees to just eliminate this for now and just.
Eliminate that line and move on with it. We're wasting time.
We're wasting
I
time.
have support, well, we're not wasting time, but
We're not wasting.
let's just kill this sentence. If it's the goal, let's let it go. Let's not beat the horse dead.
Consensus.
Okay. What-
Consensus to remove.
Yes, the consensus is yes,
Yes.
remove it. Anything else between 215 and 235?
30.
Do I have anything going? Moving to section 15.5, the waiting list. Does anybody have anything they have issues with or wants to question, change? Yes, please, Mr. Moore.
So I'm going between two documents, so I'm really sorry here about trying to
It's
get in the
fine.
right place.
It's
Okay,
fine.
so I'm looking at line. Look at 250. Yeah, it's the sentence that begins at 250. So to me, that sentence is very unclear. It says, except for those properties operating in residential districts, a licensee who loses its license or fails to timely renew will be placed at the bottom of the waiting list upon filing of an application. So what it's really trying to do is exempt out these grandfathered ones that we've talked about. So I redrafted it. Ms. Stowers has conceded a licensee taking out except for those properties operating in residential districts. And start the sentence, a licensee who loses its license or fails to timely renew will be placed at the bottom of the waiting list upon the filing of an application, here's my addition, except for grandfathered licenses which will be extinguished. So there's clarity, that's my suggestion. And again, I defer to my colleagues and Ms. Stowers.
Ms. Sauer,
I would agree with that change.
council, do you wish to weigh in on that change?
So the grandfathered licenses are all the residential ones.
Right,
Yeah.
and that's what this other part was meaning to say, but it just didn't.
Got it. Yeah, I support.
Support. Ms. Walker, Mr. Wagner. Yes, sir. We have a movement on that one. Sarah, you good with getting it all down there?
Yes.
Okay. So is anything else on 415? Otherwise, I'm moving to 15.6, pardon me. Section 15.5 out of waiting list gone. Section 15.6 regulations. Is there anything in there that council wishes to add, change, or Ms. Sauer?
Going back to line 251 for just a moment, there was another suggestion that the word were received by the city becomes are received by the city, and I'm also all right with that change.
Are you good with that, council? Are instead of were? Yes, I see everybody shaking their head. Yes, it's are instead of were. Okay, are we put to bed 15.5? We're moving to 15.6 regulations. There must be somebody that wants to speak on that. Mr. Moore.
I'm looking at 15.6.4, and this is just another one with the addition of the term tenants that it's not included there. So I'm suggesting that it should read all short-term rental licensees, comma, tenants and occupants are subject to the city Petoskey Code of Ordinances.
Are you good with that, council?
Yes.
Ms. Sauer?
Yes, and also with a capital O for occupants.
Oh, yes. Okay, moving right along at 15.6.7, violations and penalties. Mr. Moore.
Same thing under 2 and 3, although this one I really would like to hear what Ms. Stowers has to say. So under 2, we're missing and occupants theoretically. And under 3, we're missing occupants as well. So I'm just asking if that, if Ms. Stowers thinks that should be there.
Ms. Sauer, the word occupant, that's the following rent.
2 and 3.
2 and 3.
Correct. in both places and with capitals.
Council, are you good with that?
Yes,
Yes.
Miss Beck, are you good with that? Got it? Okay. Anything else, Miss Demore on 15.7 violations and penalties?
No, but I missed some earlier ones that I have to go back to. If the
Let's
mayor
do
does
it
not-
right now.
No, let's go.
No, 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 we're
Okay,
going back.
I'm really
Yeah.
sorry.
That's fine. It's all good.
Okay, so this is another one I thought we talked about last time. Let me find it. Okay, so this is 15.4.
Under life.
E, under E. I have a couple things. Under E, it says assigned application certifying the following.
Number
15.4 E. Hold on,
Line 154.
thank you. So I think it's confusing that originally this document said assigned application certifying the following, but if you remember last time, under section 15-4.6, we added that they have to sign and certify everything. So I'm just saying that there should be a different statement here because it's kind of confusing, because everything has to be signed and certified, and it already says that in section 6. And I don't know what Ms. Stowers or colleagues think.
Ms. Stower.
We could change it to indicate that the application shall include information or confirmation of the following. I don't necessarily want to remove this section because it provides a lot of information.
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm just suggesting to make that whatever's written there, not confusing.
Mr. Moore, is it confusing because it's duplicative? What?
Yeah, exactly, because under 6, it's saying. And again, Lindsay, if you help me with the line, that'd be awesome. But under 6, the second line says that the applicant's going to sign and certify everything that follows. So it's A, B, C, D. And then E says assigned application certifying the following. When in fact, everything that's listed there is going to be signed and certified. So it's like an edit, just make it more clear.
Right. Ms. Stower, you good with that?
Yeah, I'm just looking at it here. Hang on 1 minute, please.
While you look at it, Mr. Shields, you wish to speak?
No, I appreciate the clarification. That makes sense to me.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So what do we want to change E to state?
Whatever you, as far as I'm concerned, whatever you deem to be appropriate.
Well,
This application would also certify the following.
The certification of this application shall include the following?
sure. You good with that, council? Yeah, good with that, Mr. Beck?
No.
The certification of this application. Certification of this application.
Certification of the following.
Certification of the
application
Shall include the following.
Shall include the following.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Demore, what else?
So this is one we discussed last time too. Lindsay wasn't here, so this is E2.
Watching.
All right, E2, I didn't mean to suggest otherwise. E2, can you help me with that line, Lindsay, whatever it is? So this is talking about insurance.
160.
Yeah, that the property is insured and the firm insuring the unit policy and expiration date. So when we discussed this last time, it was my understanding we agreed on the record to include more specificity regarding insurance, specifically either a designated minimum for policy limits or required policy limits. This was something that was suggested by Mr. Wilmot and by Mr. Buck at the Planning Commission, and I really support this because if you don't set a minimum or something, then people could have a, bed and breakfast with really low limits. In the event of a serious loss, it could be a concern. So I thought we had discussed and agreed to that.
City Attorney, could you weigh in on that for me?
I mean, an owner of a short-term rental has an interest in adequately insuring its own property, if nothing else, to prevent litigation against the owner itself. That being said, I wouldn't have an issue with a minimum. I don't know how we determine what that minimum should be in light of housing values and properties and whatnot in Petoskey. I would defer to council on that issue.
Are Airbnbs rated differently for insurance companies? Is it because it's a commercial property versus a residential? Is that a part of the consideration or the concern?
I don't know how we're gonna come up with a number because you look at just the personal funding, loss of a life, a loss of a limb in a car accident or a fire. I am sure they're all over the board. And I don't know how you would identify it other than to say $1 million or 10 million or 100 million. I don't know how you could ever come up with a number, even if you had an insurance company persons here. Each company could, or agent could probably give you 3 different things. Oh, you need 300, you need $1 million, you need 2. I don't think we can identify that personally.
I think it's enough to say, and what it sounds like is the intent here is that the property is insured and the firm insuring the unit and the policy number and the expiration date are all part of the application process. So that, I don't know if that's necessarily like that would need to be posted inside of the Airbnb, probably not, but it just sounds like in order to fill that application, that is part of what you have to provide.
Yeah,
that's true.
Updated information, so.
Yeah.
And the one caveat to this to keep in mind, at least as it relates to the residential properties, if you have a residential property, but you're operating a commercial style business out of it, and this might be considered to be such by an insurance company, they might be excluded from coverage unless they have like a business rider on their insurance. I don't know if that's something that council wants to require, that they demonstrate that there would be coverage, or at least that it would be a covered loss if they lost a life that was part of a business operation being run out of the home.
I think it's not enough to just to say that they have insurance and whatever that is, and that they show the policy number and the expiration date, and that's enough for the application.
Mayor, I agree with Ms. Walker.
So I respectfully disagree, but I would of course go with the majority.
I think leaving it as insured and have it posted with the city is adequate at this point. I just don't think there's a way to put a number on that. I think you would get 1,000 different answers from every insurance agent that you talk to, be it state, whatever company you go to, are going to have different minimals that they think you should have.
Quick comment on that, Mayor. When I had a rental in Arizona, which I've mentioned before, and we were mostly doing VRBOs, but we also did Airbnbs. There was insurance available through them on top of the insurance that we had. And so it gets complicated.
Yeah. Oh,
Move on. Yes, more.
So now I'm just looking at E5 and 6. This is the same thing I've talked about all along, the addition of and occupants in 5 and 6. Just
That was already happening.
Oh,
Yes,
good.
that
Okay,
did happen.
excellent. Let's see. 15. Oh, the other one that was confusing to me and maybe not to others is 12 under that same section, but on the next page.
Line 221.
Thank you. So it says new and renewal license applications for short-term rentals shall be processed on a first come, first served basis. And again, maybe it's just me being confused, but how would this work between an initial, like a new application, who would be somebody on the waiting list, and a renewal? Because the initial wouldn't be considered unless there was a vacancy. So knowing that, does this make sense to
I
other
think the
people?
word renewal should be taken out, new license applications for short term. We're not having
Well, renewals are on a first come, first served too. But they're not together, right? That's what I'm trying to say.
as long as you have one and you get in there before the deadline and pay whatever, and do whatever you need to do with the city, it is renewed. It doesn't matter if you come in 6 months, 3 months beforehand, as long as you renew it at the deadline, then you're all set.
Does
So
it-
I think the word renewal, we've already discussed renewal earlier, that if you don't get it in on time, your renewal is canceled. And if you want to reapply, you go to the back of the line.
Well, new ones aren't first come, first served though. New ones are on a waiting list. And they,
They will be treated on a first come, first served basis if there is something available. So we could put if when they become available, if that would be more clarifying. Mr. Wagner, I'd love first to clarify. Sarah.
So I don't have the language from the last meeting, but it was consensus to change these two words. Originally, it said initial and renewal, I do believe. And we had, or you guys had decided to change it to new and renewal. And I mean, can defer to Ms. Stowers, but I agree with this statement that whether it's a brand new license applicant or applicant for a license, let's say on a waiting list, if there's 5 people on the waiting list, they're still getting processed on a first come, first served basis, as well as renewals. So yes, earlier in the ordinance, it is identified there is a renewal process from November 1 to December 30th for existing license holders. So regardless, those existing license holders still get processed on a first come, first served basis, if that's what you desire, which in my understanding, I believe regardless if it's an existing license holder for a renewal or a brand new one from a waiting list, they would be processed on a first come, first served basis.
I think you helped me to understand what I'm having trouble with, because the way this is written, new and renewal, it sounds like they're thrown into one bucket together. I think that's what I'm having troubles with. I mean, separately, I understand what you're saying, that here's all the news and that's how that's happening with them. Here's all the renewals, that's what's happening with them. But as I read this, to me, it sounds like they're being thrown in the same bucket. So maybe I'm the only one. I don't know what Ms. Stowers thinks.
Why don't we just break them up into 2 sentences to address the one?
New and renewal license.
Or we could take out new and renewal and just say license applications for short-term rental units shall be processed on a first come, first served basis. And
Excellent.
then each already has its process.
I vote for that change.
Renewals will not be revisited on a first come, first served basis.
Well,
It doesn't matter if you're first or last for renewal, as long as you get it in time, on time. So if I'm numbered 18 on the list and I get mine in December 28th. Or vice versa, if I'm number 1 on the list and I get it in on December 31st, 30th, December, and the number 18 one gets it ahead of me. It doesn't matter because they're all considered as a group. They're all considered as a group.
Yeah.
All the renewals are in the same bucket. Have it in by December 30th and you're good to go. There's no ordinary number listing for those people. That doesn't,
Oops, sorry.
it just doesn't jive that we don't care. As long as they get it in by December 30th, and it doesn't matter if the order does not isn't effective on it. Is that Miss Towers?
From a legal status standpoint, yes, that is the case. But if you have, say you have 3 renewal applicants and they're all trying to get their materials in, and you have one calling that, if you have someone that put it in December 25th and one that put it in the 26th and one that put it in the 27th, but the one on the 27th is calling you every day saying, well, has it been processed yet? Have you got my check? Did you go through it yet? This at least lets them know that, from just a practical standpoint, you're going to process them in the order that you get them. And yeah, it doesn't change that your renewal is being accepted, but it just shows what the process is. So if someone's like, hey, when are you going to do my inspection? Well, you've got 2 people in line ahead of you. We've got to do their inspections first. Their stuff came in first.
So all applications will be processed on a first come, first served basis.
And I don't even know if this is really necessary, because again, I think this is kind of common sense that this is how things would be processed, as first come, first serve.
I think it's confusing because in the interplay with the waiting list and everything, I just don't know that we need this in there.
I think new applications for short-term and rental units shall be processed on a first come, first served basis when available. I don't care. It's such small stuff. Council, do whatever you want, but what do you wish?
I think we should just get rid of it then. Because if it's already explained elsewhere with the wait list, then it's duplicative and it's confusing and it's too wordy, and get rid of it. Simplicity, yes, right?
That's my sense as well, although again, I defer to Ms. Stowers. If she looks at all the content, thinks it needs to be in there.
I'll support that.
You support Mr. Wagner?
What do you
Yes,
support?
it's gone.
Oh.
Moving on.
I only have one more at the
Please,
end.
bring it on. After this section.
Yeah.
Okay, we're done with, we're moving to section 15A appeals, is that correct? Does anybody have anything on numbers 314 to 334?
I think I do.
Please, Miss
So
Moore.
this is, Lindsay, help me out here, 15-8.
I will help you out.
Okay, somebody.
314.
Okay, and it's number 3, and it's the last the last sentence.
329.
Thank you. So this is this standard on appeal. And it says there's some good changes here. It says the burden of proof is on the licensee. That's good. And it says extenuating circumstances must include. So we've changed to must. That's good. But this definition of extenuating circumstances concerns me. Again, I defer to my colleagues and Ms. Stowers because it's so broad. Extenuating circumstances must include circumstances that the licensee or the local agent could not reasonably anticipate and prevent and could not reasonably control. I can think of many circumstances that somebody could argue they could not reasonably prevent, anticipate, or control. So
Yeah,
I'm just
such lawyer talk, it's maddening.
How do we address, the only thing I can think of is a winter storm that comes in on December 25th and the people, our office is closed and people cannot get their application.
no, that's
in.
not what this is about. This is on appeal.
Well, they can't appeal it because of a snowstorm and they weren't able to get here.
No, this is appealing violations.
I make a motion to remove, beginning on line 328, extenuating circumstances must include circumstances that the licensee or the local agent could not reasonably anticipate and prevent and could not reasonably control. Just get rid of it.
No, we don't want to get
I'm
rid
good
of
with
it.
getting rid of it.
You have to have a standard on appeal. This is establishing the standard on appeal. You can't get rid of it.
Ms. Stowers.
Thank you.
I would keep this because what you're saying is at a minimum, they have to show that whatever they're talking about was something they couldn't have anticipated, prevented, or controlled. And given that this is their house and their contract, I think they're going to have a hard time. I think it's a higher standard than it appears on its face, because most of the things that you think of with short-term rentals could be anticipated, prevented, or controlled.
Okay.
Either through contract or through requirements and things of that nature. So I think it's helpful to show the standard, the bar is at least that when you're making your objection as to why you shouldn't, after 3 violations, lose your license.
You brought this up, Mr. Moore.
I did.
What's the concern?
I was hoping for a higher bar, but if Ms. Stowers is satisfied with this bar, I am satisfied as well.
Ms. Stowers?
I am satisfied with this. It's ultimately going to be the decision of the zoning board as to whether or not those circumstances exist.
Mr. Shields?
So that was an example where a tenant or occupant breaks the rules are stated. That owner of that short-term rental gets a violation because that tenant or occupant was breaking a noise ordinance, disrupting the peace. That's one of their strikes against them. They say that it was out of their control because they set the rules. Does this statement, in your opinion, account for that?
You mean having a tenant that just blatantly violates their STR agreement?
Yes.
Well, it's arguably something you could anticipate. Whether it's something you could prevent or control, I think it's going to cause them to be cautious in their decisions on renting, and getting to know who their renters are before they, hand over the keys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you're good with leaving that as is, correct?
Yes.
I am, yes.
Okay. Last is conflict and severity, severability clause. Anything on that? Anything on the enactment date? I ask you this. Are these changes, which are mostly word changes and not, or clarifications and are not substantive in nature, do you feel that we could move this on, in your opinion, to not have to have it a first time reading again, but move it to public hearing and second reading and possible motion? Ms. Stowers?
In looking through the changes that have been made tonight, I do not find that these are significant. These are mostly linguistic, stylistic, clarity type circumstances. There really hasn't been a change of substance per se.
Very good. Thank you for that advice. Council. Public, you'll have your chance. Council. I would ask you, do you want to have any discussion? If you do, let me know. Otherwise, I'm looking for a motion to entertain a motion to move this forward.
You don't need a
Oh,
motion.
we don't need a motion. All right, so we will schedule a public hearing then. Huh?
Second reading.
Okay, well, we'll put that on for,
Second reading, possible adoption.
okay, for December 4th. Okay. Okay, moving along. Do we need to come back to the first reading of a proposed ordinance amending appendix A of the zoning ordinance in regards to short-term rentals? And for that, I will turn it over to who wants to stab at it. Council, do you have anything that you wish to change on this?
I think, I have a question.
Yes, question.
So on page 49, and I actually think I have the line 35, it references employee housing. Do we have a definition in our ordinance of, in our ordinances of employee housing? That's my question. It should be defined. No, it's not in anything.
It's
we
not in
have.
anything that we
Sorry,
had,
I didn't make that very clear.
and you wish to add it
I,
because it's used.
yes, if we're gonna use it, we should have a definition of it. I don't know that it needs to be here. But it's saying that short-term rentals don't include these things. And employee housing was one of them. I think this question came up at the planning commission too. If I remember correctly.
I see.
Somebody else raised it.
No. Ms. Stoller.
From what I understood about the council's comments today about employees, it tends to be longer than 30 days. It tends to not be an STR type circumstance. I don't know that employee housing needs to be in the zoning ordinance for this section.
I'm good with that. Are you counsel, or do you wish to reconsider that usage and definition?
I don't know if it should or should not be included here. I'm just saying anything that is included should be defined. So if Ms. Dowers doesn't think we need to have it here, I'm fine with that. If we're going to have it, I think we need a definition somewhere in the universe of. city
How about just
ordinances.
eliminating it then?
That's fine.
Ms. Dowers, would you recommend just eliminating it?
Yeah, I mean, we've already defined short-term rental as being a period of time. I know bed and breakfast, hotel rooms.
Yeah.
I think it's important to include transitional housing and group homes as a separate exclusion. But I don't know that employee housing really needs to be excluded for the reasons we've already talked about.
I ask that you consider eliminating that word out of this ordinance, are you okay with that? Ms.
Mayor,
Well, first, let's answer that question on that topic.
and answer the question because I don't. We're supposed to be on the first reading of a proposed ordinance amending Appendix A of the zoning ordinance in regards to short-term rentals.
Yes,
And so that document, Appendix A is this the entire part of the ordinance? So on page 49?
Yes.
yes.
Okay. And so your question right now is in regards to what part in there?
If that's line 35.
35.
Under short-term rental, it's saying what are not short, not including bed and breakfast, employee housing. That's what we're talking about right there. That there's no definition for employee housing and she's proposing we just leave it out.
Mr. Shields.
Yeah, I'm okay leaving it out. It's also in the definition for short-term rental for the license ordinance.
Let's
And
look, where is it?
It is.
101, page 57.
Okay, well, let's look.
And another little difference in the two, it says hostels, which I think it needs an apostrophe after that. In the licensing ordinance, it doesn't say hostels in the in the zoning ordinance.
Okay. So that we should look at.
So yeah, I think they should be the same.
Yeah, yep,
And I am okay removing employee housing.
In both places.
Correct.
yep.
I am too, Mr. Wagner.
I'm okay. The only question is it's common in the resort town. So, but.
But workforce housing.
But I'm okay taking that.
Workforce housing in general, and you could be in the middle of Grand Rapids and workforce housing.
Not workforce housing. I'm thinking housing that some of our hotel owners own and put their people up in seasonal.
Like their J15 visa folks and their seasonal.
So just see that,
That'll be a boarding house.
yeah, that makes sense.
The only reason I'm bringing it up is because we don't have a definition of what it is.
Yeah.
So to use it without a definition,
Scratch it on both places, you're good,
I'm good.
Miss Walker.
Scratch it in both places, just the place where it says workforce housing
but then
or workforce employee.
Miss
Well, Derek brings up a good point though, because he sees that in the definition short-term rentals in the licensing one, the one we just went through, has hostels in it. And the one in the zoning ordinance doesn't, so they should be the same. I don't know if we wanna, do we have a definition of hostels?
No, we don't.
Can we leave that out too, Ms. Stowers, or?
I would leave out hostels in the regulating ordinance, and I would add in motels in the zoning ordinance to make the two consistent.
There you go.
Okay, so we'll add in motel and we'll eliminate the word hostel.
So it is, if someone opened up a hostel, would that not be allowed?
Would not be allowed, because it's short-term rental.
Correct.
It'd be short-term, unless you
Mhm.
can get them that they're gonna sign agreements to live there for 1 month.
This is saying that those are not included. Is that what you were asking?
Well, it's not, if you don't include them as excluded from
Yeah,
an
that's right.
But
STR.
it would be excluded anyway, because it would be less than 30 days.
I don't even see hostile here.
Right, so I'm asking. I'm asking if there is a desire to keep the possibility of a hostel in the future.
Not here.
I am not in favor of it, because again, we're short-term, by using hostels, you're short-term, you're running. What this short-term rental agreement or ordinance is all about.
Yeah, you need a definition, but yeah,
Okay.
I'm okay.
Okay, is there anything else? Anything else under this? Good, being not,
Wait, I have a quick, well,
go for it.
in 3, all these segments that we're looking at. Where short-term rentals are a principal permitted use, just for clarification, and maybe because I'm becoming brain dead at this point in time. Are the short-term rentals in these districts, they're gonna be included in the cap? Question mark.
That we haven't did that.
That we haven't set, like when we establish a cap. These that are principal permitted uses in these zoning districts, they'll still be included in the cap and they'll still be part of the licensing process. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? So this first discussion,
I did have a question under section 4. We do have under number 1, short-term rentals shall only be allowed in non-residential commercial buildings. Do we want to add anything about the grandfathering in this ordinance or no?
Do we need to have that in the zoning versus the licensing?
is this in the commercial district?
No, she's saying, could we add the statement that they are not included in residential?
With the exception of,
Or except as allowed under the regulatory ordinance, something along those lines, just so that so we don't have something that's an absolute prohibition being contradicted by a general ordinance that allows it.
So could you just,
could you explain this to us and what it would read? And what line we're on, that you would change or add?
Yeah, this is on line 57.
Okay,
Where it talks about short-term rentals shall only be allowed in non-residential and then open paren, commercial, closed paren buildings. Which means that you absolutely cannot have something in a residential area, but we have a regulatory ordinance that's going to allow it in certain conditions in a residential area. So do we want to say something along the lines of except as permitted by regulatory ordinance? Short-term rentals shall only be allowed in non-residential commercial buildings, something along those lines.
okay. So did you get that first sentence prior to one short-term rental shall only be allowed?
I think so.
Would you like to say it one more time?
The,
I have.
Rhonda,
go ahead.
one more time, Rhonda.
Except as permitted by regulatory ordinance, short-term rentals shall only be allowed in non-residential commercial buildings.
Rhonda, would it be possible to just say except as set forth in section 15.4, parens 9, which is what describes that, or is that not needed in the?
No, that would be fine.
Yeah, because then that would be more specific, because that lays out the specifics of that exception for grandfathered in residential.
So where do you want it to, what line do you want it to read on and how do you want it to read?
Where is this?
I have a question about that language.
Fire away.
Thanks. So short-term rentals shall only be allowed in non-residential commercial buildings. So even those that have been grandfathered in, that might be in a commercial of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 non-residential commercial zones. Those are houses. But is it because they are a short-term rental that's viewed as a non-residential in a commercial building?
It's because they're in the commercial district.
Okay, even though that could be a mixed-use district, whereas like real people once rented this house, but now it's an Airbnb because of where it's zoned. So commercial buildings refer to zoning versus whether people actually live in it. It's a house.
Yes.
Okay.
Am I right?
So it's a zoning reference as opposed to a legal reference.
Am I
Because there's an
right?
Airbnb on Buckley Avenue that was once occupied by a teenager and his family, and now it's an Airbnb. But is that still a residential structure, or is it now a commercial structure because it's a rental? It's a short-term rental.
It's in the residential. I see it's B to B. I think, is it correct that Buckley Avenue is B to B? And therefore it's considered,
The Airbnb on Grove Street is a duplex. Does that make it a commercial building and not a residential building?
due to the zoning of the location of it,
Okay,
it's due to the location. If you look at the zoning, B2 is considered central business district.
Mhm.
And therefore it goes by the identification of the zoning district.
if the Patulos at that duplex, that they currently have a license, they were grandfathered in. They have currently a license for a short-term rental in their duplex. But if they suddenly decided that they wanted to rent it, that would become a residential building. So how do you differentiate? Are residential and commercial buildings differentiated by zoning or by their use?
Ms. Stowers,
We're getting a little into the weeds. I mean, I guess it would depend on both its use and its location. I'm not sure what the goal is with this provision. And I guess that would be my question is, what are we trying to achieve by saying that subject to chapter 15, short-term rentals shall only be allowed in non-residential commercial buildings as opposed to properties?
All the revisions of this document and these public meetings that have been held have been very legal and language related conversations. There really hasn't been any opportunity, as Derek has highlighted, to have these upper level conversations about theories, beliefs, how this will affect our community and our neighborhood. So it's been very legal and like transactional and very attorney-esque, forgive me for talking about that. So this has been how you have set the course of how we've been having these discussions. So when I see something in a binding agreement that says short-term rentals shall only be allowed in non-residential commercial buildings, as a layperson out in the world, I don't understand what you're talking about. Tell me that how these Airbnbs, these short-term rentals that are licensed right now in the city of Petoskey are not residential buildings, that they are viewed as commercial.
I don't know
That's my
why we
question.
have that. I have a lot of issue with that statement. I think it's confusing. We're already talking on short-term rentals. What's allowed and how many. I don't know why that. I have issues with that statement. Ms. Stowers?
I wasn't present when this was drafted or discussed at planning commission, so I don't know what the goal was, but I'd be okay with eliminating this based on the fact that we have it regulated other ways and in particular districts already.
Thank you. I'm gonna go off board here and I'm gonna ask the chairperson of the planning commission, Cynthia Robson, would you please take the mic briefly, very briefly?
Cynthia Lynn Robson, 606 Grove Street. All right. In those districts that were allowing it, residential is not allowed on the first floor. Those zoning districts have that condition that residential can't be on first floor. Residential is commercial. So if it's a house, it's still on the first floor, it's considered commercial and is allowed commercial uses. You're allowed to have residential in the upper floors. So I think it ought to stay in because it clarifies, it's making it clear that in those districts, first floor residential is not allowed.
Probably would have been easier to state that, but
Don't you think that Mayor, sorry.
yes.
Don't you think that that's exclusive to the central business district? That's a central business district designation. When you're talking about a house or a duplex in a residential neighborhood that just happens to be on the outside of a mixed-use corridor or transitional business district, it's still a neighborhood and it's still a house.
Are those that you're referencing, Lindsay, ones that would be the grandfathered?
No, some of them are actually, they're allowed because they're zoned, like this mixed use means like there's houses there, there's also industrial. I mean, you could get down to the nitty gritty, the actual dwellings that we're talking about, because you're only talking about what, 23 units or 30 units? So perhaps that's what we review when we get to that page.
I will add one thing. The only residential type use that's allowed in these zones is a hotel, is allowed to be on the first floor. So if someone wanted to do something, that's what they would have to list themselves as. It's either a hotel or a motel, and I think it's a hotel. Is allowed on the first floor. So for instance, on Mitchell, the old Japanese restaurant, the owner is trying to figure out what they could do there. And so they're talking with John Ikeangeli about putting in, and I can't remember if it's a hotel or motel, but if they do that, then they're allowed to have first floor be where people occupy it and spend the night.
Okay.
Right. Ms. Stowers. Thank you.
I believe the concerns that we have, if we eliminated paragraph 1 and the concerns that have been brought up by the planning commission member is kind of encapsulated in paragraph 2, which is short-term rentals shall be located above the first story of the principal building. I think that addresses the concern that short-term rentals not be on the first floor without getting into the weeds of what's commercial, what's residential in terms of a building in paragraph 1.
Because if paragraph 1's not there, we don't have to make that reference to paragraph 9 of the other, which is the exception for the grandfathered properties, correct? The exception for the grandfathered properties, you'd only have to state if you leave number 1 in, if we need number 1.
Eliminate it.
I don't think this impacts paragraph 9 of. Oh, what section is that? 15-4.
Yeah.
Because that's when you can have it in a residential district. This talks about. And again, we could add the phrase, subject to chapter 15, short-term rentals shall be located above the first story, and that would carve out residential again for the residential purposes, but it would leave it in for these business locations that we have.
So what are your recommendations, please?
Take
out 1.
I would take out paragraph 1 just because I think it is more confusing than helpful.
Okay, and do what with number 2? Anything?
Yes.
I think we need to make it clear that we're talking about these
In the central business district.
at least either the central business district or maybe some of these other categories that are listed in paragraph 3 above. And I would defer to the city as to which you'd have appropriate lower story versus upper story, but you can indicate which districts would be appropriate for paragraph 2.
I think that one only applies to the central business district, and I think if maybe we had the list in front of us, I know it was in previous packets.
You want to see it?
No, the nitty gritty, like the list of the listed units, the addresses.
Yeah, right here.
Yes, thank you.
You want to see it?
Sure.
I have more copies.
Thank you, John.
Someplace. Here's another one for you to share.
Nice.
Thank you.
Okay,
And more.
so this is a single family home.
So you can see if you look, you'll see that it identifies the zoning district that it involves, each of those, which makes it more clear. Okay. Are you good with what Ms. Stowers suggested for changes?
I'm not.
I didn't think I am not. Would you please read how you would read number 2 to wrap this up?
And I mean,
Starting with section 1719, standards for short-term rentals, removal of line 57, number 1, short-term rentals shall only be allowed in non-residential commercial buildings. Elimination of that.
Yep, got that. It's
Okay.
number 2.
She's
That
looking at
is-
drafting 2.
Okay.
She's drafting it right now.
With due respect, asking her to do this drafting on the fly is extremely difficult.
I understand that.
it is difficult. I don't know if there's a particular district
Yeah.
where you want them only on the.
That's because
It's only
the
central.
central business district in downtown Petoskey has been designated to have no residential on the first floor.
So maybe we say for.
To the central business district.
So something along the lines then of for those districts where residential is not permitted on the first floor, short-term rentals shall be located above the first story of the principal building.
There you go. Let's let Sarah get that down pat.
I'll listen to the video.
Okay. In other
Thank you,
words,
Sarah.
another minimal change. I feel it's important to get this done today.
Yeah.
I want to move this on for completion. Anything else to be discussed or changed?
Ms. Stowers, with that change, there's no need for the reference to the grandfathered exclusion, and we're good there.
Oh, you were talking about that we were going to put in 1? Yes.
Yeah,
because we're eliminating one.
yep, thank you.
Okay,
The only other addition I would have, at least that's hitting me now, is in paragraph 3 of that same section. Short-term rentals are required to meet all other provisions of, I would add chapter 15, and then the zoning ordinance, state of Michigan building code, etc.
our provisions of chapter 15,
Mayor,
yes.
before there, section 4 about the parking, have we moved on to that one yet?
We haven't gotten there yet.
Okay, thank you. I do.
Are you good with what she has suggested on 3, Sarah?
Yes.
Okay, moving to 4, the last one, are close to it. Miss Walker,
Thank you, Mayor. A short-term rental shall be required to provide 1 off-street parking space for an efficiency or 1-bedroom dwelling unit, and 2 off-street parking spaces for 2 bedrooms or more, and shall meet the provisions, yada, 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 yada. So if you look at those that are already Airbnbs, like you could take that 414 Wakazoo Avenue, the Little Bay Cottage LLC. There's 4 different units there. They're probably 1 and 2 bedrooms and efficiencies combined. That has all on-street parking and no private parking.
well, that's easy to fix if you
Okay.
put the line in there, unless grandfathered in.
Okay.
Well, aren't they parking exempt?
Oh, that's a central business district, correct.
But any of those other ones are grandfathered in, and by putting the statement, unless grandfathered in.
So automatically that those units in the central business district don't meet those requirements.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Exempt district.
Please.
The central business district is parking exempt.
So it doesn't matter what kind of housing you have in downtown, we're not required to provide parking.
So is that necessary to put that into the 4th clause as well, or could you just put something like? Oh, I'm sorry, it says it right there at the bottom, which is what I did the yada yada, sorry. With the exception of the B2 CB district where off-street parking is exempt. Thank you, Cynthia.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Moore,
We don't have a definition anywhere of an efficiency. Just saying.
Bill, throw it out.
Well,
I don't know, why have the word efficiency in there at this point? How is that going to be viewed differently?
Like the smaller that it is, then the more.
But how is that viewed differently than an apartment or
Or
a
one bedroom?
rental unit?
Mm.
I don't see a difference. It's all encompassed under one.
well, now that I look at this, it probably doesn't matter. Because you have to have 1 off-street parking space for an efficiency or a 1-bedroom dwelling unit, so if it was different, it would matter.
All right,
I withdraw the.
so now we're on,
The exempt.
anything else, Ms. Stoller?
No.
Anything for council? No. Here's what I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna ask so that we can allow the public to speak.
Yep.
Well, we don't have a motion on this, do we, other than to set
You can clarify that.
Yeah.
Fine, I would ask or clarify if this is considered not significant changes.
Once again, I'll ask you the same question, Ms. Stoller. Is this considered minimal changes or substantive changes?
These
Yeah.
are minimal and not substantive.
Thank you very much. Council, this will be moved on now. What you've all been waiting for. You're gonna have to take your turn. Full name, full address, and you may have this, the mic. And we'll be keeping track of time because
Which time do they have?
Yeah.
less than a half hour.
No.
Nothing. I don't think anybody's gonna have a problem.
Good evening, everyone. I want to start out by saying, first of all, thank you to Councilperson Wagner. We had a wonderful talk and a really lively discussion about a lot of the minutia that may not be allowed here for time. I do have some specific items that I want to address that I just can show given the numbers. Oh, I'm sorry. Mallory Powell. I am one of the co-owners and the managing director of what will be the Mitten LLC. We're located at 215 West Mitchell Street.
Is that where you live?
No. We have,
Like your living address?
we live in Bear Creek Township, 1870 East Grove Road.
Okay.
Our business property, which we purchased for the purpose of this, is 215 West Mitchell Street. It's B3. And we are located right on the highway. It was previously Petoskey Electric and Sierra Claire Invitation Studios on the bottom level, and the top level was it's a 2-bedroom condo. So I want to start out by saying I actually think that there's a huge opportunity that is being missed here. And I think it might be a refreshing thing for everyone if we consider the following. I want to start by saying we specifically picked this building with this use in mind and did so with great care as full-time residents that live here all year long, moving here from Chicago, to make sure that we were not worsening the housing issue. I actually am in full support of what was done in 2014 to eliminate rentals in housing areas, because that is actually a huge threat here. And I think that throughout the years, while trying to advocate for how necessary that law is, we may be throwing the baby out with the bathwater a little bit. I think we're too broad and maybe a bit too negative in how we consider rentals. And that may come out of discussions like this. It's a real heated issue. And in trying to apply that law evenly and fairly to everybody, it gets into this minutia where it gets, tied down. But the reality, and I think this is something that should be first addressed in intent, is that we actually have two really important shortages that need to be addressed by this law. And this is where the opportunity and the change of mindset and perhaps focus is important. One is the housing shortage for workforce housing. But two, we have a lodging shortage. We have a real shortage for professional hotels and motels. And what comes along with that, especially in very lucrative luxury areas, is opportunity to spread that wealth, where if they win, we all win. And I would already argue that Petoskey had great foresight in 2014 when they adopted only allowing commercially zoned properties to have these, because you did 90% of the work there. Grandfathered properties seem to be obviously a sticking point. I have to ask why they were grandfathered in the first place and assume that it might be difficult to remove those grandfathered licenses moving forward for the exact same reason. But separate of that, coming from Chicago, and I'm a hospitality entrepreneur, started a business in my 20s in one of the top 3 markets in the country. My specialty is luxury, my specialty is hospitality. My husband and I moved here from Chicago to pursue this. We bought a residential house. That house actually did have a small home in the back that we never argued that we should be able to short-term rent, because we get it. And we have started by filing an LLC, having a business license. We also checked with the city when we purchased the property that both floors could be used, because we are converting the first floor to be used as a short-term rental. And before we close, that was one of our conditions, and that was told that we could use this. What I believe is that we have gone as far as regulation is going to protect us at this point. When you look at just the numbers, there are actually 20 grandfathered properties, and presently there are 13 licenses that have been awarded to people in commercial areas. Of those 13 licenses, because it is required that each individual unit at an address has its own license, 5 of those 13 actually belong to 3 separate properties, meaning we have 20 residential grandfathered properties, and we have 8 properties in business districts. But we have 33 licenses of a proposed cap of 40, meaning that over 50% would go to people who don't want to run legitimate businesses that aren't in the right area. And we're eliminating an opportunity for real business owners who have expertise in this, who want to benefit and be part of the iconography of this town from being able to enter the market. And I can show you how those real tangible changes are affecting us. So for example, as we reviewed the zoning ordinance, one thing that came up was that you guys were going to strike whether or not the grandfathered properties would apply to a proposed cap of 40. Well, I posit to you that currently there are 33 licenses already out. My property in and of itself, if we were to be finished in time and be able to go through that process, which we're not yet to that finish line, because we take our standard very high, would take up 2 additional of them. Presently, there are 5, 6 even available to me. And I had to purchase a commercial property in order to be able to do this. I approached this as a business. So when we purchased a property, we're into a renovation, like there's considerable stuff on the line that this should have been alerted to us before we approached making the business. I would also argue we've picked a really great location for this. I can tell you just from the insurance discussions that I will be stricter on myself than you guys could ever be on me, just because I was an event planner for 10 years and I understand that adults are babies if you don't get them rules oftentimes. So when you say that either there's going to be a cap, which I would argue if there's only 8 people who have successfully attained a license that weren't grandfathered in, that there probably isn't a reason for a cap. But if there's going to be a cap, we do need to differentiate between whether or not the grandfathered properties are counted in that, because you're not leaving room in a sector that is actually important to a shortage that we have. And the people who are, by merit of the fact that they have to buy a commercial property, which many of these are not equipped to be homes, they're coming in for the sole purpose of running a professional business. So here's where I think the change in mindset needs to, here's where the change in mindset needs to happen. We need to broaden the intent to also include that we are addressing the hotel shortage at the same time. We need to, instead of going through over-regulation, which kind of seems like it's a backhanded way to get rid of some of the grandfathered properties, which are more problematic, we need to instead be forward-thinking. The reality is that there is a proposal that is moving through state legislation for short-term rentals. If that were to pass in its current form, up to 40% of available housing in Petoskey. 30. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Up to 40% of available housing could become short-term rentals.
30%.
Yeah. Okay. It's catastrophic.
Okay.
I don't want to see that happen. So I think a change in focus should be away from some unnecessary regulations, which are making it harder for people like me to start legitimate businesses, and towards thinking about putting a process together that's easy to navigate. A lot of people aren't following the rules because it's hard to find them. I am poring over the law and it's inconsistent and it's hard to find what I need. So instead, I think it would be fruitful to really.
I'm gonna have to do 15 seconds.
Okay, so it would be really helpful to focus on honing out that process and also incentivizing rather than trying to get people away from short-term renting or like backhandedly getting their license taken away. Incentivize them.
We are not taking anybody that's on this list away. Nobody's gonna lose it if they're on this list, okay?
Okay, I'm so
You're
sorry.
at 8 minutes and I'm gonna have to ask you.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna have to ask you that's it.
Okay.
We got your point. We understand.
The cap is material. That needs to be, what is counted in the cap is material. All you're doing right now with the additional regulation is regulating legitimate business owners rather than solving the problem.
Understand that we have not established a cap yet, because that what came from the planning commission was the number you said 40. We haven't discussed that.
It's in what you guys said was your final version, which is why I was trying to say it's inconsistent. I feel like you're working off an old version.
Okay, I gave you 9 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mallory.
Anybody else wish to speak? Sir. Full name, full address.
The lodging shortage, that makes sense.
Wouldn't dwell on 121 West Lake Street. I realize this is a tedious process and I realize that it seems to be attorney-esque. I agree, but it has to be. There's a resident who had an Airbnb open up next to them. And also had a shared driveway. I can tell you, I can really empathize with the woman who came to speak earlier. It was a nightmare. We had nothing, that we could do. And I didn't realize at the time that they couldn't have been licensed because there was already grandfathering. We have 2 others on our block. Even though it's tedious, even though it seems like sometimes we just argue about this and this and this, it's important that you get it right. I agree that there's a possibility of doing some workforce housing or even trying to get people to where it might be a long-term type of thing. But anytime you do something like this and you allow it, that may be great. Mr. Schultz, it may be great for the person that owns that house. But it affects everybody in that neighborhood around them too. People coming and going, extra parking. It affects more than just that one house. And I think it's important that that's always in mind. And I realize again, and I appreciate what you've gone through. It may be tedious, but you're up there protecting all of us. And I think that's really important.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak, sir?
Charlie Wilmot, 1128 Valley View Avenue. First of all, since my name was used earlier in this evening with regard to insurance, let me just clarify what I believe the intent was at that time. The intent was that the city should have minimums of certain kinds of insurance for the short-term rentals, but that they should not be delineated in the ordinance itself, but rather on the application, which is done annually. This allows the city flexibility to change those limits as the markets may require. But the need for insurance is imperative. I also agree with the young lady who just spoke that good owners of short-term rentals are going to have a lot more insurance than that as well. As far as the earlier discussion with regard to home sharing, I think it at the very least it creates leaks in the intent of the short-term rental ordinance, and at the worst it sabotages it entirely. So I think it really should be consistently eliminated from future dialogue on the short-term rentals. And one last comment with regard to the young lady that intends to operate a high luxury, legitimate operation. I do think that there should be room in the city ordinance and in the city regulations for good quality operations. We saw that with the one in the commercial district that was concerned about losing the ability to continue under this new regulation, and instead they qualify as a motel. We can open the language of motel, hotel, boarding house to allow for legitimate businesses of this kind, but the short-term rental ordinance is specifically aimed at the residential areas of our city in protection of the workforce housing and long-term housing. And if people want to rent a room, that's great. They can have a guest for up to 30 days. But if they want to stay longer is fine. They can rent the room past 30 days. But short-term rentals is the intent and the purpose of this legislation. And I think it's imperative that it continue rapidly through the process. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Full name, full address.
Jim McLean, 114 Division Street, Petoskey. Just two comments, quick. One, the home sharing as a practice, I totally believe that it is just part of short-term rental. I appreciate the way to kind of position it creatively. I think it's great, but I've rented both Airbnbs and short-term home sharing from VRBO and from Airbnb. Fundamentally, they're the same. Economically, they're the same. So I do not support that in any way, and it should not be a separate consideration. Regarding the insurance, I really think that encouraging minimums is really important. We've seen a lot of people in our neighborhood have substantial losses and it be underinsured. So those projects, once they do get remodeled, it takes a long time to get the insurance process going. So I think that that's really important. I do know just through quick research that I did based on things that are going on in our community, 100 million commercial general liability is kind of a guideline. This gentleman would know more than I would, but I just would hope that you guys defer to experts when you write that language in.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to council at this time? Please.
Lori Paul, 603 East Lake Street. And I also want to address the home sharing topic that was brought up tonight. The short-term rental that came out of the planning commission was carefully crafted with some of the negative impacts that can happen, and some of the things they were thinking about were year-round quality of neighborhoods, housing supply, and public health and safety. I don't think this was the idea coming out of it, but home sharing really guts this ordinance in 3 ways. It expands the definition of a short-term rental to be any part of your home, an extra bedroom, a basement, whatever. It expands the number of short-term rentals because there were no caps on these home shares, so it can be any number. And it allows home shares to be in residential areas, which is not part of the short-term rental. And there's a reason for that. We have in our neighborhood, we have a short-term rental, an Airbnb. There are a lot of complaints from the neighbors about noise, traffic, parking in other people's driveways, trash thrown out. My parents lived over in the Curtis Park neighborhood by the hotel, and I know that council is well aware of the concerns of that neighborhood and what hotels and short-term renters bring in. And it's the same problems: noise, light. They had people in their backyards. They had car alarms going off at 2 a.m. So the intent of the short-term rental is to protect neighborhoods as well as allow these opportunities. And for home share to make some money off of this. And the other problem I saw with this home share is that the owners only had to be there 9 months of the year. Well, if you have a cottage up at Burt Lake, you're up there 3 months of the summer, somebody's sharing your home, you're not there. Who's in charge to make sure things are going smoothly? Or you have a place in Arizona, you're gone in the winter, the skiers are in for 3 months of the year. This is really something that violates the master plan, which is about protecting neighborhoods. And I hope the council will consider that if this discussion comes up again. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to council at this time? Please. Julie, you have the floor.
Thank you. Julie Hagenbook, 295 Jackson Street. I just wanted to circle back on one of the licensing requirements that you discussed tonight. It's section 15.4, page 57. It's G, line 192. And it talks about furnishing a copy of the rental agreement. And I just wanted to raise the issue that when you rent on Airbnb, but that's our platform that we use, the rental agreement is handled by Airbnb directly. We can put in, like, obviously, no more than 6 occupants, no pets, no smoking, but there really isn't a rental agreement per se. And so I'm asking council to consider the language around that at the next reading, because I'm a little confused on what I would be providing you. I could provide a copy of my listing that would identify what my rules are, but there is no signed agreement by a renter is what I'm raising as an issue or consideration.
I think you probably need one if it continues the way it's going. I guess everybody's going to be required to have one.
But they don't have a signed agreement is what I'm saying on Airbnb platform.
I guess you'll have to work that out with either the person that you're leasing it to, or you're going to have to work that out with Airbnb, but the city requires it, and it's there's no way around it. Sorry.
Have you been on the Airbnb platform lately though? Because there's no, they don't sign, they just put in a credit card.
Yeah.
There's no signed document.
I understand that, but I think right now we're asking for an application with we're asking for the application and the contract.
So you would get that for every rental that I would provide? For example, in July, we have probably 10 rentals. So I would be providing you with 10 different rental agreements? hypothetically? Do you have the staff to handle that each time?
Yeah, she's bringing up a really good point.
John,
Yes,
can I answer?
please.
What we're asking for is a copy of a unfilled out rental agreement. So that we know, make sure that it's in this, that the things the city is concerned about are in there. So it's not each individual application, it's just your general standard agreement.
Okay.
I think that's very helpful, and I would urge you at the next reading to put some language in then that explains that. Because right now it just says you need a copy of the signed rental agreement. And I think that's going to cause a lot of confusion.
Possibly putting in of what would be a signed agreement.
Yeah, that isn't really, that's so interesting.
The only thing on Airbnb that they do is they check a box as a rental or occupant that says, I agree to the terms and conditions. So that's all that we would have times 10 for like 1 month.
We'll need a copy of the application
The template.
that you utilize.
So like my listing agreement, like what I put in my listing. I just think you need to clarify this because it's very ambiguous.
The statement that you addressed, which is on 192G.
Yes.
It does not state that it is a signed copy, it just says a copy of a prospective standard rental agreement. It does not say that it has to be signed, and it says this, whatever you're using is what they want to see. They want to see that your application is included that.
So it could be a listing on Airbnb then.
No,
Yeah, as a rule, that's how it's supposed to be.
okay. It's real specific on that requirement. It spells out what you need to do, that it does not need to be signed, but that we want a template, a form that you are going to utilize in this application process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to council at this time? We're good. Okay. Thank you for attending. Moving on. Adoption of proposed resolution implementing the 1% property tax administration fee. And I take it over to City Manager Shane Horn for addressing this.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is back on, kind of cleaned up some things based on council's input with the penalties. We removed that. And just for a clean version, this resolution is only discusses the 1% property tax administration fee.
Also, do you have any discussion, or do I have a motion to open discussion following a motion in a second? Mr. Wagner.
I'll make it the motion to approve the 1% fee.
I have a motion from Mr. Wagner. Do I have a second? Do I have a second? I'm gonna make a second. It's not something I normally do, but I'll put a second, and the reason Murphy will put a second on that is for discussion, to bring it out to the public for discussion. Now for discussion. Mr. Moore.
For reasons stated on the record at our city council meeting on October 2, I will not support the addition of this tax administration fee. Thank you.
Mr. Wagner.
Yes, Mayor, I made a motion to approve based on the same date when I came here expecting to you vote against it. And I was convinced in the discussion that to be consistent with most municipalities. And I believe to be fiscally responsible, that it made sense to do this. And my understanding is, and I don't know all the history, that it was eliminated at a time when the economy was bad, and that it made good reason to eliminate it then.
My feeling is when it was presented to us that with the exception of two cities in this entire area utilize that, except for City of Petoskey and there's one other district that did not do it. Seeing that the reason I believe that this is important to support is I look at it as freeing up what we are paying for out of general fund and freeing it up to spend on what I hope will be projects such that you guys have identified that should be being spent out of the general fund. And I don't like supporting collecting of taxes. However, when we're the only city out of out of the entire area, and I'm not talking to Charlotte County, I'm talking a much larger area, northern Michigan. I believe it's important to collect what the state realized and identified as appropriate. And Ms. Walker.
And when we approved it as well, it was at the request of staff of administration as a fee to offset costs occurred in assessing property values and collecting tax levies, and then the review and appeal process. So it feels like a very minimal 1%, which is also par with what other municipalities are doing as a offset. So there was a very concrete financial reason for doing so.
We've also gone out, we've hired a separate firm to do our city assessing. It has cost us a great deal more than what we were paying in the past. And I feel it's important to cover the cost of that without putting the burden on general fund, which is already taxed greatly to begin with now. And that's why I support it. Mr. Shields.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had, in the time frame, I had a couple of residents that were opposed to this tax administration fee, and I came into the last meeting very on the fence. So I come to this one also on the fence. So I appreciate it's a little bit of dialogue here. The concerns were related to the healthy reserve fund balance that we have, and then the need to do this at this time. I suppose there's also a good argument for not waiting for a time when it would be needed to implement this. I would ask Ms. Demore if she feels comfortable restating her reasons.
Sure, I'm happy to restate my reasons. I think we've given millions of dollars in incentives to developers. I wish them well, and I hope they're successful. A lot of people are struggling economically. We do have a healthy fund balance, so I'm just not of a mind to go forward with this type of burden on the taxpayers in the context of those criteria. Thank you.
I have problems reading. We've dipped into it this year, I believe, our fund balance already last year. Did we not?
It was programmed. It was programmed to do that, but but we obviously haven't finished the year yet, but we don't estimate that we'll need to do that.
But we were looking at having to go into that. I feel fund balance is an important thing to keep up. Keep a decent fund balance. It's a backup if your house, if your car breaks down, you have, hopefully have some money in the savings to take care of that. I think the fund balance is much like the city, the operational money before taxes are collected. Along with, I think a healthy fund balance, which I don't think is out of line with what was projected or identified as being falling in a good range for this city. Yes.
I don't have any problem with our fund balance. No one has said to me that absent the property tax administration fee, that we're gonna have to use our fund balance. I've not heard that argument.
Okay.
So
we definitely would have to use fund balance or.
use your fund balance if we don't do a property tax administration fee?
Yes.
And how much?
300,000.
In this
300,000, or we could eliminate, some of the things that we have approved within the budget.
And I think we've
But
already
the
gone
tax-
through the budget.
Yeah, the printing, the assessing, postage, everything is going up, and I really feel this would take a burden off of always trying to come up with money to have a balanced budget within the general fund without always slashing programs that we want to continue.
Well, I think, this is the first time I have heard, and maybe I missed it, that this would require going into fund balance. And I mean, gosh, I think that's an important discussion to have then when we look at our budget. Should we allocate?
Mr. Shields, Mr.
It's in the budget. The budget anticipates about a $17,000 surplus. That's it right now, the way we're constructed with that 300,000 in the budget. So you take that away, that creates that gap. So we're gonna either have to remove projects out of the budget or go into fund balance.
Did you just say it's in the budget and there's a $17,000 surplus projected?
Yes.
So how does that involve taking out a fund balance then?
I'm saying the budget anticipates this 1%.
I see, got it. As I was saying, perhaps we should revisit some of the things that are in our budget then.
Yep.
There are allocations, for example, $40,000 for the art commission, which I fully support, but that's just an example of, I don't know. I just think a lot of people right now are struggling economically, and to add a further burden is a concern for me.
So when we say that people, I agree, I know that people are struggling financially. I just wonder if that's people that are homeowners or actual taxpayers, because if you don't own anything, you don't pay taxes.
This is right.
Yeah. So, a 1% increase on my property tax, and this would be assessed like in the summer and in the winter, just like we pay our taxes, right? So it's 1%. For both tax seasons.
Both seasons.
Yeah, okay, so just thinking about, and we do have exemptions, we have poverty exemptions in place for our most vulnerable citizens. If that was a context of a situation, somebody could apply for, is it called the variance, or they could apply for
the exemption.
Thank you. They could apply for the exemption. So we have certain things in place. And we're talking about a 1% administration fee amounts to $302,000. And that would cover the $295,000 allotted budget for those different departments that you just mentioned. And so I guess for somebody that has a really expensive piece of property, that would be a significant amount of 1% would be significant. But for somebody that doesn't necessarily have a super fancy piece of property or a home, or these taxpayers here and this, I don't think that 1% might not even be noticeable within a tax bill in the winter and the summer. So I just like to put that out there because I know that we have safeguards for our most vulnerable residents. And if those people, like I'm thinking maybe like elderly folks and people that are on a retired or fixed income and are still homeowners, I think that that could be a burden for them. And we have a means of being of assistance to them. I don't know, what do people in Bay Harbor think?
Crossed my mind.
And think about the people that are like, what do my folks on Jackson Street think? What do my folks over on in Bay Harbor think? So just kind of assessing it for kind of like the forest for the trees.
So basically, if you have a $3,000 tax bill for your house, you're talking of how much money?
Oh, geez,
$30. $30 tax increase.
Yeah, we have it in Bear Creek Township where I live, and I mean, you don't notice it, and everything goes up every year, so you don't notice that incremental amount, but I
think it's, you know, we have to look at the city as being a business and operating as a business.
And what's best for the city as a whole.
And Mr. Chair, and just for the record, because last meeting I had asked if this could be applied to properties with taxable values at a certain level and then above.
No.
And the answer was no, but is that answer a statute reason?
Tax code.
Tax code saturation. Thank you.
Any other discussion? We have a motion on the floor. Does the public wish to weigh in on this? The Baird.
Mr. General, when you get trifocals, don't try walking with them on. My name is Joe Baird. I live at 923 State Street. Just a couple comments. The city got along quite well for those several years that did not have the 1% tax fee on it. This is a tax, folks. Okay, and there are two ways to approach it. It's just like your home budget. You can either make more money or spend less money. It's just that easy. So even though it's only 1%, even though mayor's example, it's only $30, it's still money.
Yes.
And I challenge the city to, instead of looking for ways to cover additional costs, instead look for ways to eliminate additional costs. Thank you.
You have Social Security, I think it went up last year 8-9%. You do have increases even for those that do not have a high income. Sir.
Probably Wilmot, 1128 Valley View. I think that it's imperative that the city enact the 1%. I think it's fiscally responsible to do so. The city, like anyone else in this world today, is experiencing cost increases. And I don't think that the city is guilty of overspending. And they run a tight ship. And we can be very proud of the staff and all of the departments in the city for running that tight ship. And I don't think that they're overspending, and I do think that we have to help them manage rising costs. So I would favor the 1%.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to council? Anybody online wish to speak to council? Okay, I will go to City Clerk Beck for roll.
Wagner,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Demore. Nay. Shields
Yes.
and Walker.
Yes.
Thank you, council. Moving along, successor of possible adoption of the city's proposed 2024 annual budget. I turn it over to City Manager Shane Horn.
Thank you, Mayor. We went through the presentation of the budget at the last meeting. I did meet with a few council members, got feedback to them respectively. Certainly willing to go through any portion of the presentation that you may deem helpful. But tonight this is on for your consideration and adoption.
People, council, do you wish to speak on issues that you have regarding this budget or questions? Ms. Walker.
Sure, I think I'd like to just cut to the chase and go to the administration and assessment. So we could talk about what we had, the 1% increase there, and we could look at that line item right now in terms of the budget and like where it's outlined there. Does that make sense? Am I making sense about?
No, I don't.
Figure out where.
So just to have that segue between the topic that we just discussed and then go to that part of the budget. Where the 1% assessment.
Where it resides?
Correct.
It
Yes.
resides in the property.
Yeah, thank
tax revenue, okay.
Property tax revenue.
That would be part of the general fund.
Page not in 19, but it's page 1, so it kind of is page 19. You're following in general fund,
The first tab.
first tab.
General fund 19.
Okay, thank
Under
you.
revenue.
It's actually page 1 because it starts at
Page 1.
financials.
No.
No, sorry. Go to 18, sorry.
18.
And then.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Andre.
So what was your question or?
So
Here.
let's talk.
Page 1, section 1.
And we're looking at where it resides within that first line item under operating property tax.
Under property tax, you have not split it off to say.
No.
There's not a line.
No, it includes
So
both.
it lives under property tax, which have,
Operating and then refuse.
4.736, comma, 800, that's where it lives.
Correct.
I don't know if you're on the right spec, but it's up here. It's up at the top.
At this general fund.
Right here, Lindsay.
Um,
On page,
so under the 2024 budget, yep.
on
Okay.
page 1.
So what's demonstrated here is the assumption of the 1% administrative fee.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
and then if it wasn't there, there would be circles around that number or parentheses around the number, right? Of a deficiency.
Yeah, the bottom line
Yeah,
in general fund would show that deficiency, yes.
Okay.
So right now it's a positive 17.5.
Okay, any more questions, Lindsay?
Well, there it is, right?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Mr. Moore.
Yeah, a few questions under expenses, under economic development. We're showing an increase in spending of $8,000. And I would ask what that represents, please.
We went from 78 to 86,000.
Yeah.
And could you explain that, Jane?
Yeah, that is, we had a $7,500 line item added to that for Fishbeck Engineering for Brownfield Consulting for the Brownfield for Maple Block. That is reimbursable through the Brownfield plan.
So that'll end up being reimbursed. then?
Kind of be a wash.
Mhm. And then somewhere here, there's $40,000 allocated for city arts and culture. I don't know, it might have shown up on a different page than these.
Probably under Parks and Rec.
But in any event, I'm just curious if that 40,000 is going to be an annual line item in the budget and specifically this year, what are we looking at using that $40,000 budget for? Is it gonna be like renting art, purchasing art, or what are we thinking?
I think that's still evolving. We don't know what that's going to look like yet, whether that's a lease of artworks or a purchase. That's still being worked out through the art commission.
Things that would include in that cost would be the platform for putting the art on it, maintenance.
And so are we thinking that, I think that was the line item last year too, for
That was the line item last year too, yes.
and so we're gonna, that's just gonna be
No, this is in there because we felt. As well as I believe the people on the Arts Commission felt. You have to have something to start with. And my feelings are is once we get a piece of art or two pieces of art this year going. It will turn over to being supported by community, supported by the foundation. More generated through other money than this. This to me is a seed money just to get this process going. Period.
okay.
If I feel that money is being spent inappropriately, I'm on the board. If I feel money is being spent towards labor and not being spent towards art for the sake of art, then I'll have a big problem with that because I don't feel the community wants to be spending money, throwing money at labor cost, but on the art itself.
Okay. Should I go ahead if I?
Can you tell me again where that line item specifically is?
I apologize, I did not bring my book with me, so I'm borrowing John's. I think it was maybe.
The art in the.
Yeah.
It's included with the total in the economic development total. So that.
Contracted services, 86,000.
Yes.
That's
that's right.
economic development.
Okay.
Might go ahead.
Sure, please.
Okay, so then I'm also looking at page 81, which I understand shows all the increases in rates and charges for various things in various departments. And some of them are like substantial, going from.
Are you talking about fees?
Yeah, fees.
Well, let's
Rates and
let
charges.
everybody find that.
Okay, tell me what page you're on.
It doesn't have an, I
So
think,
it's the packet now, not.
yep, sorry, page 81.
Packets.
In your
Packet.
back.
Agenda packet. It's right here. You know, look at it. Yeah. Where to go? There's a lot happening.
And you
Okay,
can't see the number. It's there.
so which page are you on?
Page 81. Page 81 just shows, I mean, tell me if I'm correct, that page 81 contains all the changes, any increases are gonna be.
Yes, that's correct.
On page 81.
Yes.
Okay, so I guess my questions just are, how do we come up with what we decide to increase here? What's the basis for?
I think most of it is staff time. How much time do we spend on these programs? What are comparable communities doing? When is the last time we've made any adjustments to these programs? Certainly want to make sure that we're covering our costs. We're certainly not in this to pad the books, if you will, but we also want to make sure that we are, again, covering our cost. What are comparable communities doing? Where does that kind of, how do we compare in that stance, from that stance? And I think it's healthy to look at this on an annual basis instead of setting it aside and, 5-10 years down the road, oops, we're really way behind. We haven't touched this. And so that's kind of where some of these fees have come from.
And have we been looking at them on an annual basis? Because some of these, I don't recall this, but I mean, some are like an increase of $1,900. I'm just cherry picking some, but some are going from 0 to something 100, 250. So have we done this lately?
I think we look at this on an annual basis. I can't speak of what happened, before I was here, but I think this is typically part of the budget process where this schedule is in the budget.
Okay.
I
don't remember.
I think a lot of it was passed through in the past of just, let's just leave it the same and let's keep moving. And I don't think it was kept up. I know from the past, we never had really discussions on increasing these very much at all. It was kind of just ignored in a way. I do think one thing that's high is maybe zoning board of appeals. I feel if you have an appeal, and I believe that the city, for how few appeals we have, I don't feel good about charging too much to a person who is appealing to make changes in their they're minimal people doing this, but I think it's gonna hurt residential people that are appealing changes in the small residential homes, etc. But I just think that one might be a little high, but I'm okay leaving it if you feel it's fine too. So. Mr. Shields.
Yeah, I have a few that I thought were too high or.
Which one?
And so I had the zoning board of appeals one as well. So that $200 jump.
Wait a minute.
No,
It was 150.
It was 150, so 850, I read that.
500.
500?
It went up $500.
Yes, so that one, I have an issue with being too high.
Anything else?
Yep. The mobile food vending jumping $100 when the rest of them are in the office. It just seems that could be more incremental.
Dining decks.
Dining decks, we've never had one, and I
Yeah.
tell you, we spend a lot of time on.
Do you?
this.
Okay.
Dining decks was just discussed in other contexts, so I marked that too, but I think that I'm okay with that one
Right.
personally. The zoning permits, at least a lot of these were 0, and I guess a little explanation for jumping those up, and in light of costs for development and particularly workforce house development, housing development is a barrier. And these are significant compared to other things, but what's some of the reasons for going from no fee to up to $250 for the 2-family residence duplex, and for example?
Is it correct that the administrative review, the $50 kind of encompassed all of these new permits? Because more time is spent the larger the residence by staff. So I think that's most of the reason they did not exist before, and we were just absorbing those costs.
Okay.
But they do take a lot of time.
I don't see if you're building an $8,000 square foot home to charge $250 for administrative review. I don't think that's a lot of money, really, $250. When we're talking about a house, $2.5 million. I mean, because if you $300 a foot, and you're gonna find a builder to go at under $300 a foot. So $300 a foot, that's $2.4 million home for an 800,000 square foot home at this rate. I don't think charging them $250 to review it is. I think that's low, actually, but I'm fine with going low since it's starting out at nothing to go into $250.
Yeah, I'm fine with these two. I had singled out the multifamily residence, but
The one that I'm looking at is the, maybe lower, and then I look at the Board of Appeals. It's up $500. I don't know. take $100 or so off of it so that people can. I don't know, I think it's. We wanna, I don't wanna. If people are trying to do improvements in their yard, change their yard and want to appeal something. I think it's behooves us to be there for them without charging them to ask something of the city to reconsider.
I have a question, Mayor.
Yes,
What about under accessory building? Is that accessory dwelling unit? Is that for like, the office of the city planner to, that would be the charge for application for an accessory dwelling unit? Is that right?
Yeah.
Accessory building?
Mhm.
And we never had a fee before for that?
No, I think it was included.
that's that.
No, we did. I don't think we did. It was just with the administrative review.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a new one.
Know if that's an ADU though, or if that's just a shed.
A shed.
That garage.
It's a shed.
That's what I think.
It has to be over 10 by 10.
Yeah.
100 square feet. It has to be over that for you to even have to get an accessory dwelling.
Right, so there's no fee for accessory ADUs on this list, is what I'm saying then.
I can check on that and
Please
see
do.
if ADUs fall under that. I'm just not sure at this point.
And also that kind of reminds me again that at the end of every calendar year, we're supposed to get some kind of update from the city planner about applications processed for ADUs over the course of the year, and I believe we're permitted 12 a year, 10 year, 12.
And I think we're up to 2.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's a side note, thank you.
Do you want them to come and report on the 2? Is that what you want?
That's good to know that there's only 2, so
Yeah.
we thought that people were gonna be dang.
I believe, and I'm pretty sure I agree with Shane on this accessory building is not something that's a livable one.
Okay,
Otherwise, it would be included in the single family residence or someplace. This is a shed
okay,
that is over 100 square feet. Because if you do 100 square feet, as long as you stay up within the property line issues, you can put it up. You go over 100 feet, then a 10 by 20, 12 or 20, then you have to get a accessory dwelling permit.
okay. So then assuming that either the ADUs, the fees for accessory dwelling units, the fee for the license for one of those is either under single family residence or maybe it's somewhere else and Shane will find out.
I will find
Okay.
out.
I would think that it would be under single family residence. Personally,
Assume nothing.
I know, but are you, is this enough to keep this thing from passing?
Oh, no, I'm just wondering like, oh, what would that be? So it's just a general.
So it's
budget.
really then have issue with.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't have an issue.
Okay, all right. Mr. Moore, I bet you have a few questions.
Well, I was kind of waiting to see, are you guys done talking about?
No, if you have something to say about the cost.
Different page.
I was just saying, before you move off
Yeah.
that, if you could give me guidance on where you want, because I heard mobile food vending, I heard ZBA. Zoning Board of Appeals, if you could give me that guidance on where you want those at, or if you want to keep them where they're at, or somewhere in between what we're proposing, that would be helpful.
I think zoning board of appeals, rather than going 600 from 150. How do you feel? What do you want for
400? That would be
a total of $400 instead of $640?
throwing it out there, yes.
I don't have a problem with
I'm not
400.
following.
He is saying for the zoning board of appeals, the proposal instead of $650, put it at $400.
Okay.
And the current is 150.
The current's 150. Are you okay with that, council?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, now you want
Mobile food vending,
Well, the zoning board of appeals review, that went from 400 to 600. Did you have a suggestion about that one too, Derek, or were you? That next line item?
Mine was the zoning board of appeals. He wants the zoning board of appeals review.
Oh,
No, I,
Do you think that one was
I'm-
unfortunate? The
Okay,
increase from 400 to 600?
that was a $200 increase, so,
okay,
I'm fine leaving it.
okay. So now go to mobile foods. You brought that up.
Yeah, unless there's other people that think Likewise, I'm fine leaving it. If there's any, if it jumped out to anybody else, let's discuss a number, otherwise. Move on with the, as it's written.
It doubled.
It doubled.
I'm assuming there's a basis for that. That's what
Comparable communities, yeah, what other
Yeah.
comparable communities are
Okay.
charging?
Involves inspections, so it's not just the backup that you think of, all the events that happen.
Back here,
I'm sorry.
Oh.
all of them that back
Right,
here.
and sometimes you do have to chase their tails in getting the required documentation and. That sort of thing, but definitely comparable communities too. And not to speak for the zoning administrator in the office of city planner. But a lot of these proposed fees just have never, ever been addressed. And I think with the contracted city planner, with the new zoning administrator, the time and review for a lot of proposed projects, I think it defended some of the reasoning behind this. But again, I can't speak for her, but just in conversations during fee and rate changes.
Ms. Walker,
Can I ask a question about that, Mayor? Thanks.
please.
So with ZBAs, are we really just trying to disincentivize people from appealing to the zoning board? And oftentimes the zoning board, they meet maybe half the time that they're scheduled to meet, and oftentimes the meetings are canceled. So I just was kind of curious.
I don't
The
think,
way that appeals are set up in the zoning board of appeals, it's already like a disincentive to ask for any kind of variance and go out of like the norm. So I'm wondering if that's just another way to just further disincentivize people from ever trying to go to the zoning board of appeals.
You mean raising the fee?
Yeah.
Well, we can keep it where it was, that's fine, that's not our intent.
Has anybody ever been to a ZBA meeting?
I was on the ZBA board for 4 years.
Okay.
Mr. Moore,
Can I ask another question while we're here, looking at vacation short-term rental initial? $250, I mean, based on what I know about Airbnbs, which is not very much. That's probably about what they earn in a day, so I'm just curious again, where are we getting this from?
Shane.
I can speak for that. I mean, this was implemented 10 years ago, and I will say that this has come before you every year as part of the budget, and this proposed sheet, only thing that was listed were anything that was increasing. And then the document here, it was still all incorporated. So those fees literally are arbitrary in the sense that for 10 years, they've gradually increased, but not by much. And it's not determined by ordinance. It says the resolution council can set that. So it's.
So I'm just looking at, oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Sarah,
that's okay.
excuse
No, I'm
me.
done.
I'm just looking at some of these other increases, whereas that one's increasing $25 and some are increasing like 100% or 50%. So, I mean, might that be something we want to look at? I don't know what is the going rate, but I do know that that's about what they earn in a day, so. I don't know the answer. I only know the question.
Council, you wish to weigh in on that? Mr. Horn, would you weigh in on that?
That's certainly something that can be like within the ordinance changed via resolution by council on the short-term rental piece. So if that's an annual thing that you want to address separately from these rates and charges, that's well within your purview. So
Is it correct that will we be visiting the short-term rental numbers and any other thing yet this year?
what do you mean?
Will there come anything of this come before us at all?
Like the fee resolution?
Right.
It can separately from this, or it could be done here this year.
Yeah,
Because we're visiting it right now.
Yeah.
we could do it now and take care of it and move on.
I personally think this is low.
but these numbers, as I'm hearing, are consistent with the level of work for administrating, these are administrative fees.
There's inspections involved here. Our fire folks do an inspection with these applications, so.
It also hits 3 departments. It hits my office, zoning, and public safety. So there's a review at 3 different department levels. There is a lot of time because not all the applications come in completed. But that doesn't mean it's just, vacation rentals. It goes for a lot of license applications are incomplete, but.
What do you wish to suggest, Mr. Moore?
I don't know what to suggest. I mean, I just don't have.
Obviously don't feel good about where it's at.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
So what makes you feel comfortable at a cost?
I didn't know that was our standard, is Tina feeling comfortable?
Well.
25, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not of a mind to just throw darts at a board. I mean, I think that was my initiating question. What's the basis for these things, I don't know the basis.
Yeah, this one was mostly because we hadn't touched it in quite a while, but we can see what comparable communities are doing specifically and get you that list and see how we stack.
I think it'd be hard to do a time study on this and to have them write down how many minutes they spend or hours.
Well,
and stuff.
I can guarantee you that department by department, they know how they're spending their time, because you have to, working for county and city government.
Yeah.
Well, I guess Mayor, if I may, I think that maybe so you look at the vacation short-term rental initial is, right now, it's currently $225, and they're only proposing to increase that by $25. But I guess 500 would feel like a double jump, but maybe somewhere around like between 300 and 400.
Having said that, there are a number of double jumps on here.
Yeah.
I'd like to see comparables.
I would too. So do you want to pass this budget and have him bring back for future adjustments? Would that work?
Yes.
Yeah.
I hate to keep, I hate to hold this hostage, this budget, annual budget on 1 or 2 things that are a matter of a couple $100. I would say if we can move forward and we can get these numbers and come back, and we can always make
an amendment,
a resolution to change change it, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be really interested. I ditto what Brian said, to know more about the basis for these numbers and what other communities are doing, because I mean, maybe all of these are very low compared, or maybe they're way out of whack. I just don't.
Maybe they're all too high.
I don't have
We'll
context.
find out.
Can I ask one more question?
Please bring her on.
So this is on, oh gosh, let me look. This is
Page
84.
Page 84.
So this is about medical marijuana provisioning facilities annual renewal fees. So my question is, do they pay these? I mean, I think we have 3.
No, we don't have any.
But there's licenses that people have, right?
Yes, to operate, but they're not, because they're not in operation, their licenses are like held in whatever.
Okay, but to hold their license, then they don't need to pay an annual renewal fee, even though they're retaining the license? And that's the law.
They're not operating, so.
Okay.
So the 16, way back in 2020, I believe it was, the lottery, all paid $5,000 to apply to be in this lottery. And the ordinance states there's 3 licenses available for medical marijuana provisioning centers. And I can't speak for planning commission, but some of these have not moved forward. And as we all know, the one that is moving forward is on Charlevoix Avenue. However, it's still not completed. So until it's completed, and they have to go through a lot of hoops at the state level, I do believe, once they get that approval from the state, they can apply initially for the city, their first time $5,000 application fee.
So they're not even paid that, even though they've got a license?
They don't have a license. They don't physically, there's never been a license issued. They've been granted a spot, one of the 3 available locations for a medical marijuana provisioning center. So they're not licensed, but they were picked out of the lottery of one of the 3 locations.
They have the opportunity to apply for a license only when it moves forward.
And they meet all the
and they meet
standards
the
from
standards
this.
of the state first.
From Laura, yeah.
So this question's a little adrift, but. So there's no process going year by year where these folks have to do anything to keep one of those 3 spots? If they just get to keep that spot?
Yes, that's right. It's just held in, it's in limbo right now until
I mean, that's a
they
plan.
apply to the state to get their applications completed and accepted. Then you come back to the city and apply there.
Okay.
And that's when we collect the fee. Yes, Mr. Moore.
So I have one more budget thing. Last week, when City Manager Horn did the PowerPoint. In there was the line item about a city planner contractual versus full-time, which Ms. Marshall brought up this evening as well. So I'm just curious about the status of that, since it was kind of like presented as 2 options. And with due respect to Mr. Iko Angeli's service and efforts, which are certainly appreciated, I too think that given everything that's going on in the city of Petoskey relative to planning, housing, economic development, and the issues around that facing the city of Petoskey, that a full-time planner is warranted. I know that this segment of the job market is extremely challenging, and that it's possible that it would yield no candidates or no candidates who are a good fit for us, but I don't see a downside to the outreach. Because without the try, the effort, we have a foregone conclusion if we don't try. So that's my perspective.
I don't know, what is the cost of going through the process of putting out a call for applicants?
Well, the cost would be just the listing services that we would pay to list the job, time obviously to put the notice and the job posting together. There is savings to do a contractual relationship. I will say that 100%. There's times that maybe we're like everything, it ebbs and flows. There's really busy times, and there's times that maybe we're not, real busy in that department. Where having a contractual relationship, you can tell him when we want him to work on something, and he works through it. I will say that having someone with 30 years of experience in this field has been valuable for me, that I can lean on. I hear the potential conflicts of interest. I personally don't necessarily see that, but the way the budget is constructed right now, it's kind of in a hybrid mode where we've allocated funds for the continued contractual relationship, and then we also have funds in there if there's desire to continue down the road of trying to fill this with a full-time position. So not sure when that would happen within the budget year itself, but we do have that flexibility to flip the switch if we need to.
I would like to put it on the agenda for, I know I've heard multiple of you council people with concern. How about if we put that on the agenda for January and we visit it with city council visiting it?
Mayor,
Ms. Walker.
I agree with what Tina shared, and I think it's really paramount that we budget appropriately for 2024 to hire a city planner.
Mr. Wagner.
My comment on that is, again, because if two qualified applicants we had last time, if we do this and a chain search, it's not ours, you do it right. You don't, like we got Shane through an MMO executive recruiter and that costs money. So by saying budget and throwing some, some job postings out there got us almost nothing last time.
Right.
Versus doing it right. So that's another consideration.
It is budget, it is money. And I think we need to go through a service such as MML or thereafter other to do a decent search. We're the city of Petoskey. I think we deserve the best that we can afford and get. And I think if the plan, if you guys if that's an issue, I think it would be smart to put it on an agenda discussion with some real numbers in front of you of what the cost is now compared to what the cost would be hiring, along with what the cost is of the process. I'm gonna ask that we put that on a January agenda and have discussion on it rather than discuss and decide it at 3.5 hours into this meeting.
Versus discussing it during a budgetary meeting. I don't understand.
Well, then.
We're approving a budget, like that,
Yes, we are.
letting it be known that the wishes of what I hear from the majority of city council being that we budget accordingly and appropriately for the hiring of new city planner. Because right now, this is a budgetary discussion. So I guess then my question would be.
Well, then let's have the discussion.
Shane, do you feel like, if I may ask, Shane, do you feel like the 2024 budget of 188,300 is an assumption, is that embedded assumption that would remain a contractual relationship for 2024, or does that budget also allow the opportunity to hire a new city planner?
Yeah, it's the way we have it constructed, it's about half and half.
Okay.
So if we did, halfway through the year, we do have somebody in-house full-time. The budget is designed to be able to support that at 50% within the 24 budget year. Obviously, budgets are a planning document. We try to be very conservative with how we program the budget. Certainly, we can come back and do amendments if we need to. It's based on, we can't control worldwide pandemics and all kinds of things that are outside of our control, obviously. So things like that, we would obviously be coming back to you. So based on your feedback, if that's the desire of council, certainly it's something I want to work with this body. I don't want to have to battle every time, even though by charter, this is a city manager review. It's a city manager hire. That person reports to the city manager, not to city council. So I want to make that distinction, not that I'm trying to start anything that I'm merging. You're merging into my lane, or you're peanut butters and my jelly type of thing.
It's a conversation because you did from last year, from 2023, we had allotted 254,600 for the 2023 budget, and we've gotten pretty close to that. We stayed under this year, assuming there's going to be another 2 months of work.
Yep.
And then for the 2024 budget, it's less, about $60,000, and that's just not the general trajectory for the budget in general. So I'm assuming that just to be conservative and assume, but from what you're saying, it's half and half. So yes, maybe we would continue on and that would cover our costs for our contractual relationship through 2024, but it could also possibly allow us to get on that path to start to look for another person. Maybe that would be for the budgetary season for 2025.
And I also, you got something to say.
Yeah, something about the year-to-date or the last year's budget and this year's budget. Last year in 2023, the code enforcer position was in the budget for the planner, in the
Okay.
planner's budget.
Okay,
And this year it is not, so the difference is a little skewed because we're removing one and we have possibly a new planners. Half the year for the existing construction.
the city
half a
planner
year.
included.
So I think we have enough in there, but there might have to be in a budget amendment. Depending if we go over in total in governmental services, say if a service was hired to go out and recruit a new planner.
Okay, and in 2024, the ordinance officer went under public safety.
Correct.
And that is on the next page, but it doesn't show. It doesn't show that line item.
No, that one person, no.
Okay, could it? Or would you know what that number would be? Because it's just under the big grouping of law enforcement, fire protection, emergency medical services.
So, no, I would not know his exact.
Well, in theory, probably has it memorized.
Yeah, it would be his wage, his fringe, his.
No, and I'm not trying to like isolate a human being or like make this, like change your mother's salary. That's helpful for me to know that because you just revealed something that isn't itemized there, so that's helpful to know that it went from the office of the city planner, and that's the difference that I'm seeing here in the annual projected budget, which is fine. I've made notes of it. And I can follow up with that specific question at another time. Thank you.
All right. Moving on. Anyone else?
I think.
On the budgets, on the annual 2024.
I do have one question.
Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if this would be allocated under the general budget and part of this discussion, but as part of our 2035 100% renewable energy goals, I would like to see the city start to plan for financial allotments to getting us closer to our goals. And when I think about what that could look like as either a placeholder or just like us in putting our money where our mouth is in terms of those steady investments that we're gonna need to get to that goal. The goal is a little bit big and arbitrary right now, and we really don't have a roadmap and a plan to get there. We're relying on a lot of volunteers to sign up for the renewable energy program through the city. And then we're also leaning in on private investment from homeowners and businesses that have chosen based on an ROI, or just they want to also put their money where their mouth is, that they are investing in renewable energy. So those are the people that are getting us closer to our goal. But we also have an obligation as public entities with every building, when we look at them, even like the winter sports park building, we should be, if we want to have, you know, if there wants to be preservation of ice, how would you, what kind of energy does that cost, and what are the offsets that you would need to have, or how can you budget for renewable energy infrastructure into the future for the city of Petoskey? And maybe that money would also be in the form of matching grants that the city would be responsible for putting money into the game if we're applying to Michigan MPPA or any of the other climate sectors or the DEQ or the big commission for grant money that is available to municipalities in the form of matching grants. So I would like to see in the future, and whether that be in the 2024 budget, probably not, but at least as we plan into the future, what we are allotting in terms of financial towards our renewable energy goals. Where's Mike Robbins?
Thanks, Ms. Walker. I agree. I don't think that would try to fit it in this budget is probably the due process right now. And I think actually what we've brought before is a sustainability committee that could help advise, lead that effort or spearhead it. So I do think that's important, probably not here, but future conversations. So I appreciate that.
How about we put it on the agenda for couple months so we can get over the hump here with a few things.
Yeah.
All right.
Or as the city, if I may, or as the city continues to look at the Howard Road previous landfill site, if that kind of development, and then what kind of some of those numbers would be if that proposal were to move forward.
There is a company that's looking at that right now.
And you're gonna hear about it in depth next meeting.
Oh, great. I can't wait. Thank you.
So the city is looking out for this stuff. That's why up above we have stuff, you know, yes, I think we need a big picture plan. Solar up above.
We have stuff.
So I think we can continue to work on that, and I think putting it on the agenda would be great. I know Mr. Moore has some things that she wants on the agenda that won't be in this budget, but talking about incentive planning by the city, what incentives are we putting limits, are we not?
No, incentive policy, which you might remember from your remote memory and meeting policy.
So we're looking, there are things that we can come up with here. The first meeting in January, we can get our foot on the ground on what and when, okay? We will put those on and move forward. Mr. Shield.
Last thing, so I want to address Mr. Munson's comment about the $100,000 for the pavilion. And while I appreciate his comments, concerns, and thinks he has some very valid ones, I support keeping it in here for this budget and working with the Friends Group. But I do want to, on his behalf, ask about the drainage issues of the pond that were keeping the ice rink from working properly last year. And does that need to be a separate budget item, or can that be something that is through Parks and Rec's operations that they're looking into?
It would need to be a budget item based on what I've been instructed by our parks director. It's a fairly significant fix. It's a fix that's gonna cause some disruption. Like if we tried to do it now and tried to build a rink on top of it, there's gonna be settling going on within the trench of the repair. So we need to kind of do it early in the year, springtime, so it's got time to set and firm up, whatever that repair is. And so come winter, we can kind of try to build the rink back, but it is something that we need to address. But it's not something that I believe our guys can tackle. It's gonna have to be something we bid out, seek help with.
Yeah, okay, well, I appreciate that. I don't want to hold up this budget process for that. Although I do want that to be a priority, so I guess if I can just make an emphasis that we get some numbers and can evaluate that for the
January, the first, second meeting, let's put those things in order on where we want them to stack up and push forward on them.
Thank you.
I couldn't agree more. You know, I skated up there when I was 2-3 years old with my parents and skied. And I think it's a great opportunity for the community to access that place and continue. But I think I do agree with him when I started looking at what they're talking about is we're gonna have to have a contracted labor come in to do some of these major projects. This is beyond the scope of our Parks and Rec staff to do it. Mr. Moore.
I don't know about the rest of you, but the most consistent input I receive from constituents is about investing in the winter sports park at large. And we've invested $50,000 of our ARPA money, which was matched by the county, so it's $100,000. But we have approximately $550,000 in that range left. And I do think that's an important thing for us to talk about. And might that be a good way to spend some of that money? I don't know what would be needed or how, but I do think it has the community impact that people are looking for from ARPA dollars. So kind of following up on what you're talking about.
And we can tag on to that in January. Okay, we will address it. I don't think tonight it's 4 hours is gonna do it. Yes, Mr. Moore.
So the final two questions I have for me are about the resolution itself. So I'm just looking for clarification. So if I'm looking at page 78, I'm looking at first of all, paragraph 5 and 8. And what these talk about is that the city manager being authorized to negotiate for electric rates and enter into power purchase agreements. So my question is twofold. One, why is that? And frankly, these other two paragraphs right between it, these feasibility studies, why are these 4 paragraphs in the budget agreement is my resolution, excuse me. And then second of all, even though if you're authorized to negotiate for those rates, if in fact any proposed rate increases for utilities come back to the city council for approval in that context.
Yeah, I can't speak of the history of those items. It sounds like that's been something that's been in the budget resolution for a number of cycles. I will say, in talking with Mike today, Mike's taken a well-deserved break this week, but I did speak with him on the phone. As a member of MPPA, they're negotiating power purchase agreements on our behalf. There's 22 members that they represent, obviously City of Petoskey being one. So they need to get feedback on their power purchase agreements that they're doing on a wholesale level fairly quickly. So Mike is our representative with MPPA, so he goes to their meetings and we get together quite often and talk about these things. Whereas within that resolution simply allows the city manager to be a little bit more mobile as far as getting feedback to MPPA. They're consistently asking for feedback of their members as they have opportunities to purchase power at attractive rates. So they're wanting that feedback on a regular basis. So instead of waiting for these city council meetings to take place, this resolution, that section allows the manager and the public works director to get those responses back to MPPA. Obviously, ultimately, this body sets electric rates for the city of Petoskey residents. So that doesn't change. This just allows us to participate in feasibility studies with MPPA to give them that feedback.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the budget? I'm asking. Please. Go for it.
Okay, I did have a couple of questions about the downtown management fund part of the budget, so that would be section 7 in the big binder.
Sure.
And it has 2 pages of narrative, and then the budget is on the next page. And I know this budget is set by the downtown management board. So a couple of things, their operating costs. So the transfer of the $107,000 from the parking fund to maintain the Lake Street Marketing and Promotions Office. And that also includes, I believe, the salary for the person that does that there.
Yes.
So it's the rent and the office expenses and salary. And from what I understand, that decision was made because that person didn't want to be part of the parking office.
I don't think it had anything to do with a person.
Or okay.
Ask your question again without putting the person in there.
Okay, so. Okay, so from what I understood, the Lake Street Marketing and Promotions Office was moved from the parking office where the downtown management offices are located and relocated above a second story of a retail business in a piece of property that the city doesn't own. So now we're paying 2 rents for 2 different spaces. And I realize that there's maybe there needs to be a separation because the marketing and promotions office is doing like fun things. And the parking office is viewed, there's a lot of like tension in the parking office and there's people coming in angry with tickets. And so there's like not this nicety of events, but like in reality, like that's where you get your money from. So, you know, sorry that you don't like to be in that space because it's not a nice like event happy space. And it's removed from the context of where your funding is coming from.
I don't,
So,
I think there's a lot of assumptions there.
Okay.
And I.
Well, let's talk about it.
Call on Becky Goodman,
Okay.
Town Director. Management Director. To address that. I do not believe people left the office because they were afraid of.
I had my coat on.
people.
I would be out of this, but, we had a strategic plan last year and the year before. The board went through a very public process for this plan. They adopted the plan and one of the major tenets in the plan was you are serving two purposes. You are managing parking and you're also doing marketing and promotion of the downtown. Sometimes these things can seem like they work against each other. I, after many, many years here, believe that you must manage parking to have a good, successful downtown, but you're exactly right. There is tension in the parking office and it's run as a code enforcement, where the marketing promotion is much more congenial. But this was not someone throwing a hissy fit and saying, I'm not working in that office by any means. It was a decision by the board that they needed two different places. Now, I would add to that, that over the years, the parking office has become much more efficient. A lot more work happens out of there. Just the fact alone of switching to the smart meters, which we did for the public, so it's easier for the public, involves batteries in the back of the office that are rechargeable that take up space like you can't imagine. It almost takes a part-time person to be managing those batteries and making sure that they're always charged. So they're doing more and more and more work. That's just one little example. But from years ago, when you had the crank drop in a quarter, crank the meter, it's not like that anymore. We need more employees, we need more space to do things. So the office got more and more and more crowded. Plus, we had two distinct missions of meeting the public.
Mr. Moore.
So Becky, if I understand this correctly, do you anticipate then moving forward in the budget that there will be these continuing transfers from parking?
I think that the DMB was seems to be confusing because you've asked me a lot of questions about this and I've probably not explained it well enough. The DMB is trying to be very, very, very transparent that they believe this money should be coming out of programs and services. However, if you added that $100 and some thousand to the programs and services budget, you wouldn't need a person because there'd be no money for that person to do anything with. So they need at some point, and the plan over the long term is to continue to raise the assessment. Raise the assessment, maybe even have sponsorships, find other ways for that fund to get more money into it so that they don't have to rely on the parking fund any longer. This actually has been talked about by the management board for several years now. That the funds should be separated just as much as the missions should be separated.
Funds were put away, city council supported it, it came with 16-ish items. That were to be increased with parking, and you asked for an increase in all the meter parkings. And it was agreed upon that that increase amount would go into a special fund that would be restricted and it would only be utilized for the building of a ramp parking.
This is true.
Is that continued?
That money is not in a different account, but it's carried over every single year. There's always a fund balance.
Last year.
We made over $1 million. There's $1.5 million in it sitting right now.
$1.5 million.
Right.
But how much does that increase that we allowed? How much does that bring into that 1.5 million?
That's what we have total set of, that's our reserve fund balance is $1.5 million.
For the parking.
Right, in the parking fund.
But it was understood that each year, because we raised the rates, that raise on those rates was going to go to continue to be put away for the parking rents. Is that continuing?
I believe it was the excess that we had. It wasn't like if this meter is collecting 50 cents or $1 this year, we're gonna take 50 cents out of it and put it in that fund. It's just that we would be making more money and all of that money would go in reserve for a new deck.
I don't think that's how it was agreed upon.
Yeah.
That was not how it was agreed upon by city council. They agreed that anything that was over and above that amount. Because of for the increase, that increased money was going to go into it. And you would continue to operate.
Right.
And if rates went up, that was fine, but there was that increase amount for the meters that I fought for to get it.
Right.
Because there was many against it.
Yep.
And
But how do you measure that increase in exactly that amount? I mean, you don't, some years you make more in parking than other years in parking. So
From the moment that we launched the new fees.
it was, I thought it was like $85,000.
90,000.
90,000 2 years ago that it went up.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have any of that in front of me,
I
but
thought that was what was gonna continue to be going in there so that we would end up with enough funds. To leverage to get a parking ramp on Michigan or Darling or
our revenue is higher, but our expenses are higher.
I understand that, but we had agreed that cut of increases in the parking meter money. Instead of paying a dime, you were paying 20 cents. That increase was going to go because everybody wanted a parking ramp.
Yep, right.
And it was agreed upon that 20% increase on those, or whatever it was we had agreed upon, I don't have it in front of me. But that was gonna go to a separate fund that wasn't gonna be touched by any other activity.
Yeah, allocated solely for a parking structure.
I do not know that to be true, or I don't think that. I don't know it.
I think if you look at
There's a slide.
We don't.
if you look at the motion and the support on that, that's how it was.
And when do you think that was?
It was it was during the pandemic, so 2021 was when we approved the rate increase.
Well,
No, it was before that.
Before that, like.
It was definitely before that.
it was
Yeah.
before you.
So I was part of another parking increase then.
This was,
It appears one of the few times that we've had this discussion that we can't find consensus on a deck.
What?
So we've sort of transitioned, we have to maintain our flat lots.
I understand.
They haven't had anything done with them for a number of years.
I
So we are
understand.
spending some capital on some flat lot improvements.
Okay.
So, I mean, I think that that's worthy of conversation at some point, John, if we can have,
Yeah.
if we can do the research or go back to
Okay.
documents that we have saved.
Yeah.
But if I could ask my other question, in regards to this, and I thank you for explaining, may I continue, Mayor?
Sure, please.
Okay, so then my other question becomes, now, the downtown services department itself comes from 3 different funds. Or 4, including the general fund? No, they don't have any, they're not allocated any general fund dollars.
Right.
So it's just the downtown management fund, the downtown parking fund. Excuse me? And the downtown management fund is part of that, okay. So then it comes from two budgets. So the one for the person that's the Lake Street Marketing and Promotions Office is allocated in the downtown management fund. The one for the downtown parking fund, would that be where the director of the downtown where your salary would appear?
It does come out of the parking fund, yes.
Okay.
In a perfect world, that salary would probably be split. The
Okay.
way the new job description is being written.
Okay. So that was my other question then. So for 2024, because you are retiring at the end of this calendar year. And the succession planning and the job description, that will come forth in January or February or something of that nature. Is that how that will work in terms of the timeline? And I know that's under the auspice of the downtown management board, right? So, but I just would wonder how that plays into the budget. That's my question.
Yeah, they've tried to hire a replacement, received some applicants that we're not really moving the needle.
Okay.
We did interview one, just was not ready for this in my mind, Petoskey is a top 3 downtown in the entire state. So we should get the cream of the crop when we look at managers for a downtown across the state, and we were not seeing that in this initial blast of the job posting, which was, I know, frustrating for the organizational task force. So we may have to look at a recruiter for this position.
And just, I guess, if I may, I appreciate you saying that, because I think that's like relationships. So if we knew that that they were already like in the recruiting process, and I guess maybe if I would have paid attention more to the notes from, or the minute meetings from your meetings, I probably would know that. But just knowing that like we are searching for somebody, that's a relationship kind of builder thing. And we can all, I'm sure, based on our work throughout the state, you can think of like who would be a great candidate for something like that. So just knowing that the search is still out and that we're gonna have to replace Becky because she is retiring at the end of this calendar year. So knowing that is helpful. So
I think it's important. I think we should go out and hire a firm to do the research on it. We have not apparently been successful as of now.
Correct.
And I think he has the best idea of them all.
Okay.
I think we need to get a search company
all right.
to search and find us somebody that's gonna work well.
And maybe those assumptions for 2024 are also built into the budget.
And maybe we can get a buy one, get one. Planner.
Thank you.
And wife.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Teenage son or daughter. Tina.
Oh, just one postscript. Becky is not replaceable.
You're not leaving, just find somebody.
Yeah.
Well, I could update you that the committee that's in charge of this did meet today, and they did say that they tried to find somebody without a search, and they were not able to do that. So they want to go ahead and set up a search as well. The money that is in the budget for next year does include a salary, but they're not gonna, for the new person, but they're not gonna find that person right away. So that could pay for the search. They looked at that kind of, and they did actually ask if I would stay on part-time because there's some work that needs to be done and until the end of March. So
Thank you for doing that, Becky.
Oh, well.
I knew you would. I'm Stu Petoskey. You're not gonna leave us hanging. Thank
But
you.
honestly, I don't get calls about these questions, you know, I'm open, you can talk to me anytime. Before I leave, it's one of my goals to give you a presentation on the way that the downtown management board has progressed through the years and how they started, where they've ended up, so that you all know what they do.
Thank you.
you.
That'd be great.
You haven't seen I haven't seen the end of you yet. Thank you. All right, do I have a motion to Mr. Wagner?
I'll make a motion to approve the 2024 annual budget.
Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion,
I
man.
have a motion from Mr. Wagner and a second from Ms. Walker. Any other discussion? Public wish to weigh in? Better not. There being no comments, I'll take it to City Clerk Beck for roll.
Wagner,
Yes.
Walker.
Hi.
Demore. Aye. Shield.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. Moving on, we only have 3 other items on the list, yeah.
4, actually.
4? Oh, there's 4, I'm sorry. Next of the discussion, to discuss mayor and councilperson salary as was recommended by the compensation board. The compensation board chair is here. Would you like him to say a few words?
Sure, he wants.
I'll be brief, trust me.
Come on. Come on down, Brady.
This might be the thing for you guys.
Thank you for staying. I think you don't have to drive me away. You can walk across the street though.
This was our, this compensation commission, this was our second meeting. We met, in 2021, I believe, 2020, it was. And at that time, and I know he's left now, I know it's probably past his bedtime, but Joe Barrett had been on city council and they were getting $25 a meeting or whatever. Well, that's the way it was like forever. And our task was to take a look at the stipend, salary, whatever you want to call it, for the mayor and for the city council. And this comes under the Home Rule City Act 279 of 1909, if you can believe it. But I just want to read the appropriate part, okay? It says, under section B, the commission shall determine the salary of each local elected official. The determination shall be the salary unless the legislative body by resolution adopted by 2/3 of the members elected to and serving on the legislative body rejects it. That was on those effective 30 days. When we came up with the salary that you have now, it was based upon averages of municipalities in northern Michigan that were similar. When I say similar, in that go round, we left out Traverse City because Traverse City skewed it, too much. What ended up happening is we came up with the salaries that you have now. We heard a couple of comments. I took them in stride because there were also people who were running for things, but about how much of an increase that was. Like that was way too much. Well, you still were not. I think it placed us fourth. And at our meeting this year, we brought Shane up to speed, about what the process was before. And one of the things he reminded us is that we have the second largest taxable value in the north. We're second only to Traverse City. We still aren't the highest in what we came up with this time. But this time it was based, we got it in packet, but we based it on the cost of living increase that was given to the non-union employees. We did that, took a look at it over the years. We factored in, 2% and then up to 4% and stuff. And that's the value we came up with. We just rounded it up to even numbers. What I, as chair, felt was important is that we don't get into a situation that we had in 2020. In 2020, if you took a look at the jump, I heard that here, the jump of double or whatever, it wasn't even double, I mean, it was a jump. But it's because it had been let go for so many years that it was necessary to do that to make it respectable. We thought that what we came up with this time was respectable. We understand also that none of you rely on this job, for a living. We know what the city staff does. So there's a difference there, but what we came up with, we thought was fair and equitable. I read to you what you can do. It doesn't require you to approve it. The only thing would be if you're going to not approve it, it takes a 2/3 vote, which is 3.35 of you. But this is what we did. We don't get into a discussion about what you are, the budget or anything else. We did look at it and we said it's not a very big part of the budget, but we don't get into that. We get into if we were giving you, if we were going to raise this, what would be a good thing, and it's based on solid figures that three different processes that we used. So I hope you take that into account.
Thank you. Mr. Wagner. I have to comment the same thing I did 3 years ago. I think first of all, thank you, Gordy, and to everybody and for serving and also for staying so late. But they did a great job last time. And the main driver for me in going from $25 a meeting to whatever we did was I mentioned service workers having an opportunity to serve and be able to take 2 nights a month off. But Gordy and I talked about earlier today, not just service workers, young families, people in a whole lot of different roles. I think last time this came through, we said, we don't want to vote ourselves a raise. How about if you enact it in like 3 years and that's not legal? It doesn't work that way. So, I'm not voting against it for those reasons.
Mr. Shields.
Yeah, I want to thank the commissioners for the very logical thought process and very thoughtful, intentional thought process for these numbers. And like Mr. Wagner said, it's the desire to open the access for all people to be able to sit in these seats. And, you know, I'm not saying that these numbers can do that because they're not meant to make a living off of. So I was prepared to say, we don't need any increase, but I appreciate the overview saying that small jump is going to be better than a major jump later. So I appreciate that. And you know, if I'm wondering, was there any discussion, or has there been any municipalities that had a higher mayor rate wage, so that could be a part-time job, and then the balance of that, the council wages were lower. So if in this scenario where council was at a minimal wage, and then in order to jump the mayor's wage up higher.
The Traverse City, obviously, you know, everything was higher, but we were comparing, and I didn't bring that stuff with me tonight, but we were comparing, and it was surprising, like Alpena has, you know, higher rates. I think it was Sault Ste. Marie, you know, had higher rates. We're still, what we recommended is still not putting you, you know, second to Traverse City. There still are others there, and the council people, I think you fit in still somewhere around fourth still.
Okay.
But we looked at CPI, we looked at trying to do some averages again, you know, and stuff, but this is, you know, that we looked at what was fair for the cost of living. And, you know, obviously non-union staff, what was fair. And you keep in mind that we set the rate at 2020. There hasn't been an increase for 3 years, and you don't do this. You don't do it retroactive. So it's not like, you know, this is a huge jump. You didn't have that in that time. And we thought of people like you, Mr. Shield, because you are younger, and you have, Lindsay, you have younger people, you know, that are sitting at home while you're going to 4-hour meetings and stuff. And anybody, I was on city council downstate, anybody that thinks you only come in here for 2 meetings and, you know, blow it off, that's it, no. And you have tremendous responsibility with 2 major developments going on. So that was all part of the discussion. And it was based on, you know, figures. We didn't just throw darts out there and figure that's a good one.
Thanks for your time.
Mr. Moore.
So I wrote this down because I had to think about it a lot. So first of all, as I'm sure you know, Gordy, I really appreciate and respect your work, the work of the commission members on this issue. When I first read this agenda item, my initial response was that for me personally, and from the outset, serving on city council is community service and not a position for pay. Having said that, in discussing this proposal with some friends of good counsel, those are the kinds that tell you when you're wrong. In the last few days, they reminded me that to serve effectively requires a significant time commitment, as Gordy just said, and that for some prospective candidates of quality, as the 2 of you had said, the absence of compensation, or in this case, the amount of compensation, may truly be a barrier to service. So for me, both of those dueling perspectives still persist. I wouldn't have any intention to, you know, be the sole person to say no to this, but I have to say that it's a conflict for me that I would live with. But I would say one thing, as an aside, I did review that statute that established the Compensation Commission, and it clearly indicates that should the council decide to accept the recommendation of the commission, no action or motion of any kind by this council is required. And that provision was purposefully written in that way, that no motion be required, that simply the decision of the commission either stands or falls upon our vote.
3.35 when you vote against.
Thank you.
I have a motion.
We don't need it.
one.
Well, we have a possibility of a motion that wants to reject it. I wanted to give them the opportunity. I'd like to say thank you very much for your efforts. And for the board.
Anybody in the
Anybody in the audience wish to comment on that?
I think. Linda Guthrie, 611 Harvey, your neighbor. I think from what you just read, that you have to make a motion to accept the commission's recommendations.
No.
No?
No. They would make a motion to reject it, otherwise, as it stated, it shall be itself.
Yeah.
I'll read it again. Commission shall determine the salary of each local elected official. The determination shall be the salary unless the legislative body, by resolution adopted by 2/3 of the members elected to and serving on the legislative body, rejects it.
Okay, I thought what Tina read indicated that you had to accept their recommendation.
Thank you for clarifying. Hey, Miss Lindsay, I heard you digging into that language for clarification.
No, I promise you. I'm just not a.
It's all right, neither am I, I'm a mediator.
Did you, yeah, you get your job.
Either put my for sale sign up or whatever.
Just wait, just wait. I have those metal frames that you can use, you saw them.
Yeah, that's good.
I loaned those out for yard sales. Okay, moving right along. Boy. We're now on the second page of the agenda, and it's the adoption of a proposed resolution that would authorize the city manager to execute with the Michigan Department of Agriculture. Oh, I did say thank you to him. Yeah. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, readiness grant agreement for the city Petoskey area regional expanded water system reliability and water wastewater infrastructure study, and I turn it over to City Manager Horn.
Thank you, Mayor. That's a long agenda item there. I am pleased to let you know that this is the inaugural allocation of funding through the Michigan Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, this rural readiness grant. So we were selected in their first round of funding, and it's $50,000. It's not earth-shattering amount, but I like this project because it shows collaboration with our partners. So we were going to undergo a water reliability study anyway. We were required to do this. We're due for one. So that's going to be our contribution to this. It's an $87,000 total project. So 25,000 of that comes from the city of Petoskey, and our partners in Bear Creek and Resort Township are putting up $6,000 each. So the $50,000 award is matched by $37,000 of local funds by Petoskey and the two townships supporting this project, total of $87,000. So this helps us to really, we get a lot of demand on our utilities from services that may or may not be inside the city limits. So how do we be a good partner with our surrounding jurisdictions to provide water and water services, sewer service, without drastically impacting our first priority, which is city of Petoskey residents and taxpayers. So this study will help us to really figure out what our demand load looks like over the next 5+ years. Where are weak areas from a storage standpoint, from a pressure standpoint? And so when those developers come to us and the township comes to us asking to extend water into their areas, how does that impact us first? So this study will help answer some of those questions. And as we sit down with developers, we'll have good dialogue and be able to answer some of their questions and concerns. So we're thrilled to be able to partner with Bear Creek and Resort Township on this grant award, and certainly look forward to getting started in January.
Ms. DeBoer.
Yeah, I see that this contract's with the city of Petoskey, so have Resort and Bear Creek, they've already approved their respective contributions?
Yes.
Okay, and then just as a learner in this space, I know it's late, but I don't really fully understand the scope of what we provide to these surrounding areas. Is there a way to tell me in a short?
So sewer service. So we are kind of a more of a regional sewer provider for the two townships.
Okay.
So a lot of their infrastructure, their underground infrastructure is theirs, but obviously we have the plant, the townships have a stake in the plant as well. They've bought into that from a capacity standpoint. So we are a regional provider of that service. So they're looking at locations where they can potentially expand and what makes sense for them. The biggest challenge that we have is not at the treatment plant. Our plan is in great shape from a capacity standpoint. Our challenge is the mains to get it to us. So the capacity within the transmission mains are going to be the limiting factor. So this study will help us identify those pinch points within the system, so we can address those. You know, that would ultimately be the cost of the townships, because that's their infrastructure. But that's going to be good data for them to know, so they can start budgeting, you know, what that requirements are going to be, so they can plan accordingly.
I have another question too. Oh, so go ahead. Go ahead, Jerry.
Mr. Shields.
Those transmission means are outside of the city largely, so.
Partially, and then they come into the city and then eventually get to the treatment facility. Yep.
Okay. Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. So are these also being considered because both Bear Creek Township has a really large multifamily project that maybe there was an issue maybe with our ability to be able to provide sewer and water for the Alexander project at Foster's Farm on Atkins Road? And then what about the hotel and resort township? Was that like another impetus for the need for better wastewater infrastructure to accommodate that big of a development?
Yeah, the Atkins Road project unfortunately was not really reported correctly. There was not a utility issue there. That site's ready to go from a utility standpoint.
Oh, excluding wastewater and water.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So there was other challenges there, obviously, that we were a convenient target to explain why that potentially fell apart. But we have earmarked and allocated, and it's in the queue for the hotel in Resort Township. That's in the overall analysis from a water and sewer standpoint. So we have a number of those that we obviously have Maple Block, we have the Lost Project that we want to make sure we can provide for and come through for first and foremost. And then the townships have a couple projects that are percolating that. So when a large project like the Atkins Road project comes together, we work with our consultant to do a water model or update the water model to show what that pressure is going to look like with that demand on our system. So we need to make sure that, you know, when the fire hydrants are open, that we have sufficient pressure that comes out of them, flow that comes out of them, so we can do what we need to do in that emergency situation. So we have a number of projects that we have kind of queued up, ready to go, and we've done the analysis. We know that we can supply the needs of that development, but there are some out there that we've had to say, we need to go through this work first. Mm-hmm. We can't sign off on your development until we know what the impacts are for us. So some of these developers are have been waiting for us to kind of go through this analysis before they proceed to that next step.
And I wasn't insinuating that we were responsible. I know that we are not a bank and it was a financing issue for the Alexander project.
Yes,
on record.
Thank you.
Mr. Shields.
Why were the numbers for the match set at 25 and 6 and 6? Was there justification for those numbers? I mean, sounds like a lot of this focus is outside of the city.
Yep, I mean, the water reliability is a city of Petoskey need and a requirement through Eagle. So that was something we were gonna do anyway. That was in our budget to do. So we just thought that made the most sense to of that $37,000 match, we're gonna take that on, and then I just went back to the townships and they were amenable to that level of effort. And they supported it, so I don't know if there was a huge back and forth between them, but we were just trying to make it comfortable for everybody. We knew what that was gonna look like from the water reliability side of it. So the balance that was left was that 12,000, and it just, you know, split it 50-50 and go with it.
Thank you. And I guess I'll just for the record say, an example of city of Petoskey taxpayers supporting the greater region as well.
Yes.
We need a motion?
I need a motion.
Mayor, I'd be happy to make a motion to approve the authorization and execution and submission of this grant agreement.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion from Ms. Walker, a second from Mr. Shields. Any other discussion? For me, does the public wish to weigh in on it? I go to city clerk back for roll.
Walker? Yes. Shields?
Yes.
Demore? Aye. Wagner?
Yes.
Murphy?
Yes.
Shane, did you write this grant?
We did with the help of HRC, our engineering consultant.
Okay.
Yeah, Mike and I, yeah.
Next is the adoption of proposed resolution that would approve the city of Petoskey volunteer board and commission policy as it relates to the redevelopment ready communities RRC recertification process. I turn it over to City Manager Horn for that info.
I guess I will just preface this before we start. If there's a lot of changes that you would propose to this, I would recommend setting this aside. I need to have it submitted by the end of the year, but if there's, this is really to, as you know, we are RRC, redevelopment ready communities. There's a list of best practices that we have to abide by. And during our analysis, they highlighted a number of things that we've been working through. It started when Zach was here. I've kind of picked it up. John I's been helping as well. So one of the best practices talks about having a policy for our volunteer board and commission members, and having kind of a description of the boards and commissions and maybe the skill sets for individual boards and commissions that may be helpful. So that's what we tried to capture. RRC does a good job of providing some guidance manuals, so we tried to follow that. Again, if there's a lot that you'd like to dive in here, and this is to help us get recertified ultimately, but this would become part of our board and commission a site on our website. So if you're interested in the planning commission, ultimately you can click on this policy, click on the skill sets that we would like to see, and help you make your decision. Would I be a better planning commissioner, or would I be a better ZBA member? But it will reside on our website ultimately and be more of a public document. So if you want to take another meeting and peruse through it, that is completely fine. But I just need to get this kind of onto RRC by the end of the calendar year.
So do you wish to move forward on this, or do you wish to cut and paste and work with it? Miss Walker, I see you shaking your head.
No, I wasn't shaking my head. I was just, no reaction. I'm not ready to comment on it.
I read it, right? I guess staff has put it together. Ms. Demore.
So I'm not prepared to move forward with this policy this evening. First of all, this was a big packet with a lot of work. But I want to talk about this more broadly. I feel like as a council, we've never had a discussion about how we want to go about policymaking. Yet This is one of our foremost responsibilities that we undertake, and the impact of policy is significant, as witnessed this evening regarding short-term rentals. Policy lays the foundation, the framework for going forward and communicating to residents the city guidelines and expectations. In another context, Mr. Wagner and I were talking, and he called this ways of working, or WOW, the acronym WOW. So my question is, as a council or as council members, what is our way of working regarding policy? It's fair that different policies may require different approaches, but our voices should define the approach to be taken. And I think that's a place to begin. For me to just have this, I don't mean this disrespectfully in any way, to come at an end of a packet and to be considered in 4 days between Thursday night and now, it's just not possible for me. Maybe it is for others. So I'm curious what others' thoughts are on the policy process.
If you want to have a discussion on a policy process, I think we should set it up on the agenda because it sounds like it's a long issue. So we can always table this until the next meeting and do another 4.5 hour one if we need to. Mr. Shields.
I'm okay with tabling it and have more time to look at it. I do want to comment that I appreciate staff addressing the RCC. RCC, thank you. Recommendations and best practices. That was something that I've hoped and asked the city to do. So I appreciate seeing that. And I think there is a balance of which policies we take on in more detail, and then those for our RC process are not require as much. So just a little feedback for your question there.
I completely agree. I just think there should be some proactive process involved rather than it just happening.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Thank you, Mayor. I would also agree that to table this for another time so that we can review that information and proceed accordingly. Thanks.
I asked the city manager to put it on the next agenda. You would?
Do you need a motion to table?
Yes. Yes, we do.
So moved.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion from Ms. Demore and I have a second from Ms. Walker to table this to the next meeting. Any discussion?
I would just say if you want to start the redlining process and get them to me and we'll get it distributed out. I would just say, I think Commissioner or Council Member Shields is correct. There's certainly our policy that you wanted to sink your teeth into for sure. And there's other things that we need to check a box. And from an RRC standpoint, this is one of those things that we need to check a box. Not that means that we want to go quick and not do it the right way, but I've got some deadlines that are breathing down my neck. So
I think we should be able to get this done in one meeting. I would hope that you guys would be able to do your homework, come back to the next meeting so we can get this done for the next. Mr. Wagner,
Quick comment. I felt it was a bit of a checkbox that we have descriptions for all these commissions that are already on the website, and that this is just extracted from that a bit. And it could be a quick, it's not creating anything new. I didn't feel this was new policy.
I looked at it and I didn't feel that there was much there other than check the box. Yes, we're doing all of this already. Check it and be done with it, but we'll put it on the next meeting for December 4th. Now, the last one on the, we have a motion. Sarah, would you do a roll?
Demore.
Aye.
Walker.
Yes.
Shields.
Yes.
Wagner.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes. Next is discussion regarding the city manager performance evaluation process. I'm gonna say that we've been here 4.5 hours in these chairs. James is not gonna put up his for sale sign in his yard as long as we push this down the road, he said, okay? So here's what I suggest. I suggest that we bring this up also in the December 4th meeting. He has 2 possible evaluations that he had used in the past. I have one which was similar to that, as well as, Mr. Wagner has a 360 that he used to want to discuss.
But I actually had chain researches with the concept of 360 where you get to pick two of your direct reports and get their input from inside, right, as well as ours.
Yeah.
And Shane was comfortable doing that and provided it. And I mean, Shane, you can share that with everybody.
My concern is that 360 should involve the community as well. If you're looking at the big picture, then it can be everybody weighing in on a 360 evaluation, not just.
And that's not the one I'm referring to.
Okay.
No.
All right.
I'm not familiar with any of what's being referenced.
So we're gonna do is put it on the agenda for December 4th. Do I have a motion to table it?
I don't think we need a motion, do we?
Not for discussion.
Can I just say though, if there's some paperwork or something that goes along with this that
There is.
explanatory and we could see that ahead of time, that could really be helpful.
And Tina, historically, the process with the city manager is that our city attorney manages the process. Once we agree on the evaluation, like performance assessment, performance evaluation. They send it out confidentially to each of us. We send the feedback. It gets pooled together. I think maybe even a closed meeting. We discussed that, if I remember right. But what all this would add is some internal perspective, and you know, knowing that morale's good, that people love Shane. As well as ours, because we don't see day to day what's going on.
Correct.
So that's why I brought that up.
You're allowed to inquire, you cannot manage. As city council with staff.
And can I mention, Mayor, so what we have is just the last time we ever did an evaluation for a city manager. So we do have a document that exists, but what we're suggesting is to approach that differently.
Review it and see what we want, which one we want to go with. There are pros and cons to all of them. There's
thank you.
There's pros and cons to the 360 as well as the other ones. If you look online, you'll see the pros and cons on all of those. And I think we need to consider all those.
The last one, frankly, was easy for the city manager to manage too. It didn't really talk about performance much at all. You could kind of fill in the blanks, and of course he's doing that, but so it was more activity based.
Well, it's also based on numbers, and I have a real problem with doing evaluations on a 1 through 5 count. With who agrees with a 1, 2, 3 or whatever. So we're gonna put that on for December 4th.
If there's some written options that would inform those of us who did not participate before, I would find it very helpful to see those ahead of time for the discussion.
Right.
To be more.
Okay, city council comments, Ms. Walker.
Thank you to the city of Petoskey for organizing a very well organized election. So thank you for your time, Sarah Beck, you and your volunteers and staff for making that for moving democracy forward in our community. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Wagner.
Happy and safe Thanksgiving to everybody.
Mr. Shields.
No comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Moore.
Just real quickly, I shared this with Shane because I know how I've said that we really want to do something about that 0 to 80%. And this is a potential funding from HUD. I know he's on it. It's on with everything else that he needs to do. So, but anyway, I found it. It is called the CHILL program, CDBG Housing Improving Local Livability. Up to 10 million in funding available for that. It benefits low and moderate income housing. I think it's based on HUD standards. 2 activity types are eligible: homeowner improvement rehab to preserve affordable housing units, and demolition, reconstruction, resale to remove blight and create single family housing, or resale to income eligible home buyers. So we'll see. Thank you.
We have a board opening on the compensation board. A person that is done serving on that. We also have a possibility on Parks and Rec opening for a board and commission. Just to let you know, you may put out feelers. Also remember December 1st, which is prior to our next meeting, Friday, December 1st, is open house in Petoskey. Santa Claus lights the tree at 6 o'clock on the nose, I'm told. Be there for the tree lighting. And have fun walking the street of Petoskey with no cars. Could be no further business to come before this meeting. I call this meeting adjourned at 4 hours and